Courtroom, everybody may be seated. Good morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the little snack I gave you. It's from a local bakery that's been open since 1912. That's actually across the street from my former office before I became a judge over on Cypress. It's named Alessi's, so I hope you enjoyed what we brought for you this morning. All right, so when we're running late, like I think I may have told you all and the whole panel during jury selections, you blame that on me, not on anybody else. Just so that you all know, we're not doing tequila shots in here and having a party. I actually had another matter in another case that I was addressing this morning, and so we began at about 8:15 this morning. And it went just a little bit longer than I anticipated, so that's why you were waiting in the back. So a couple things. You all have seen some video body-worn camera evidence that has come in. Some of that evidence has been edited. I think Ms. Dunker may have asked one of the witnesses about that what you saw wasn't the complete body-worn camera video of that particular witness. And that is true. That is totally permissible. Obviously, we put things down and narrow things down to what is really relevant for the trial and for your consideration. And so that's what's called an edited recording. And so I want all of you to know that it's perfectly normal. It's done with my approval. All sides are aware that the item has been edited for appropriate reasons. It should never affect how any of you view that evidence. You shouldn't discount the evidence because it's been edited. It's been edited for an evidentiary reason and a legal reason. Now, what weight you give that evidence, that's always up to you. You shouldn't just detract from it because it's been edited. I hope everybody understands that, okay? The second thing I'm going to tell you, it pertains to the evidence you're about to hear. And it's, I'm going to read to you a stipulation that's been entered by the state of Florida and Mr. Banks and his lawyers about something that is going to be what is a stipulated fact. So when lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that's called a stipulation of fact. You must accept the stipulated fact as having been proven to you. However, the significance of that fact, as with all facts, that's for you to decide. So in other words, the weight you give that, that's completely up to you. So the stipulated fact is as to identity in this matter. It is hereby stipulated between the defendant, Michael Monroe Banks, and the state of Florida that Josephine Fuentes, named in the indictment in this case, she's the deceased, the person that's deceased in the first-degree murder count, was found deceased on January 17th of 2024 at 10006 North 23rd Street in Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. An autopsy examination was performed on the body of Josephine Fuentes on January 18th, 2024 by Dr. Catalina McKinnon, MD, and we hereby certify that the foregoing stipulation is made in good faith and for the reasons alleged herein, dated this 19th day of August, and it's signed by Mr. Harmon, Ms. Dunker, and Mr. Banks. With that being said, the state may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Carolina McKinnon.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning, Doctor. So you've been in here before, but you may forget. I need you to adjust that microphone when you're ready. You don't need to do it right now, so that it's even with your mouth. And when you testify, speak loudly into it so that we can make sure we can all hear you. So are you ready? All right, if you could, please tell us how to spell your first and last name for us for the record.
Carolina, Carolina, McKinnon, Mcennan.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, where do you currently work?
I work at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is your position there, your duty?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner.
How many other medical examiners work there with you, or associate medical examiners?
Currently, we have three associate medical examiners, one deputy chief medical examiner.
Okay. And is the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office, is it known as a teaching facility or affiliated in some way with University of South Florida's medical school?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jury, what the affiliation is?
The affiliation means that we train residents, meaning doctors that are doing training in pathology and also forensic pathology. So we have one doctor that has the specialty of pathology and then training in forensic pathology. The doctor works an associate medical examiner, but is under training.
Okay. Doctor, can you tell the jury about your educational experience?
So I am originally from Colombia, South America. I did my training in medicine in Bogota from 1997 to 2003. It's 6 years, it's different than in United States. Then in 2004 to 2006, I did training in forensic medicine, which is 2 years, and then became a medical examiner in Bogota. And then I moved to Medellin and worked as a medical examiner for 7 years. And in 2011, I decided to move to this country and started the process of becoming a licensed doctor. By 2014, I started training at University of South Florida in pathology, cell biology, and forensic pathology. That was from 2014 to 2019, which is 5 years. And then I became a medical examiner in this country.
Okay. And your work history at the medical examiner's office here in Hillsborough County, can you just tell us the positions that you have held there?
So I started as a fellow, meaning doctor in training, in 2018. Then I became an associate and then a deputy chief in 2020 and the chief in 2025.
So the deputy chief position you've held since 2020 would be basically second behind the chief medical examiner?
That's correct.
Doctor, you mentioned your medical training in Bogota. Did you attend undergraduate college before that?
So in Colombia it's different. We don't do undergraduate. We go from high school directly to med school, and that's why it's 6 years and not 4 like in this country.
Okay, so it's kind of a combined study, undergraduate and medical school?
Yes.
Doctor, you are a medical doctor, an MD?
Yes.
And are you licensed to practice here in Florida?
Yes.
And can you tell us how many autopsy examinations you have performed in your career?
More than 3,000.
And how many of those dealt with gunshot wounds?
Around 1,600.
And have you previously testified as an expert in the area of medicine and forensic pathology?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
More than 200.
And what jurisdictions?
What are my what?
What jurisdictions?
Oh, sorry. Hillsborough County, Manatee County, Pinellas, and Columbia.
And do you hold any board certifications?
Yes, I'm certified in anatomic, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
Can you explain to the jurors the board certification process, what that entails?
It is a long process. During 4 years, we have to do multiple exams and training to answer an exam at the end of the training, which is 4 years. So it's basically 2 days of answering multiple choice questions and going over cases and give our opinion. So that's for anatomic and clinical. And for forensic is after the year of training, again, we take one test. And board certification means that we have the requirements to be an expert witness in the forensic pathology field, and also that we can analyze the specimens in case we need to do anatomic or clinical pathology.
Now, for those of us who have gone to see a doctor, regardless of the specialty, we may see a diploma that indicates a diplomat of a certain type of medicine. Is that the same thing as a board certification?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors, and I guess probably would be best to start with pathology and then tell us what clinical, anatomic, and then ultimately forensic pathology, what these areas of medicine deal with?
So pathology basically is, let's say somebody has a surgery because the person has been diagnosed with cancer. So the specimen is sent to the pathologist, so the pathologist can give a diagnosis in terms of what type of cancer is, what is involved, if the lymph nodes are involved, if there's any other organ that has been involved by cancer. That's for anatomic. Clinical is, let's say somebody has lymphoma or leukemia. The clinical pathologist is going to be able to, based on the blood test, to determine what type of cancer this person has. And forensic pathology is the field that determines cause and manner of death based on autopsy findings or external examination findings.
Okay. Does the medical examiner's office perform a function involving preparing death certificates for decedents that are brought through the medical examiner's office that then go to the Office of Vital Statistics?
Yes.
And on those death certificates, do you include cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And are there certain manners of death that the medical examiner's office has statutory legal jurisdiction over?
So by law, any death that is not of natural origin, meaning the person didn't die from a heart disease or from a cerebral infarction, that is a violent death and it is under our jurisdiction. So any suicide, any homicide, any drug overdose, motor vehicle accidents, people that died suddenly without any cause, those cases are by law our cases.
So the sudden without any cause, would that be referred to as an unattended death?
Unattended only means that the person didn't have medical care for a year. It doesn't mean that the doctor or somebody has to be close to the person when the person died.
Okay. So if a person has, say, a loved one that's living in their home, they're in hospice care, they have advanced cancer, maybe stage 4, they're in the process of dying, and they actually die, that person would not, since they're under the supervision of doctors and hospice, they would not have to go. Their bodies would not have to go to the medical examiner's office. Is that correct?
Yes, unless we think that the death is not related to the natural death, but it is a suicide or a drug overdose. So if it's a natural death, no, it doesn't come to the office.
So when law enforcement are investigating what appears to be a homicide, say someone dies from a gunshot wound or a stabbing or something like that, or they're found in a scene and they're believed to have died in that fashion, is that something that falls underneath the jurisdiction of the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And do law enforcement agencies here in Hillsborough contact the medical examiner's office when they respond to what they believe to be a homicide scene?
Yes.
And do you maintain some type of a dispatch in the office?
Yes, so the office works with death investigators. So every time that somebody dies from no natural causes, the office is contacted and then an investigator will respond to the scene or will take the information over the phone.
And in some instances, will an actual associate medical examiner respond to the scene?
Yes.
Once either an investigator or an associate medical examiner responds to the scene and the body is viewed in the scene, will the body be examined in the scene, at least briefly examined?
Yes.
And is the body then transported from the scene to the medical examiner's office.
Yes.
If it's a situation where someone has been shot or stabbed and law enforcement respond and there appears to be signs of life, the body is transported to a hospital and the person dies in the trauma center from their wounds, would the body then be transported from the hospital to the medical examiner's office?
That's correct.
And does the medical examiner's office contract with some company to do the transport?
Yes.
When the body arrives, is the body prepped and prepared, and are certain things done such as measuring, weighing, x-raying, those types of things?
Yes. So when, let's say, is a suicide or a homicide, the doctor has to be present before processing the body. This means that the body comes from the hospital or from the scene, and the first one to take a look at the body is the doctor. So we have to make sure that there are no injuries to other part of the body and that the evidence is being collected correctly. So as soon as the body comes in, the doctor checks, reviews the circumstances and the external examination, and then we proceed to process the body, meaning taking x-rays, photographs, measurements, height and weight, and we start doing our external examination.
Do you record the age of the decedent?
Yes.
And at some point, after conducting your examination as a medical examiner, you indicated, and I'll talk to you about this in a moment, there's an external, internal component to your examination. Once that's done and you have arrived at your opinions as to manner and cause of death, do you actually prepare a report of your diagnosis and autopsy?
Yes.
And does the report follow certain formats as far as documenting injuries or wounds?
Yes.
So, Doctor, I'm going to call your attention to this case involving a decedent by the name of Josephine Muentes. On January 17th of 24, did an investigator from your office respond to a shooting scene at 10006 North 23rd Street in the city of Tampa?
Yes.
And did they examine the body of Ms. Muentes in the scene?
Yes.
And was Ms. Muentes's body then later transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And did the process you've already explained to us, was that conducted with Ms. Muentes's body?
Yes.
Now, if you can just tell us how an autopsy examination works.
So for the autopsy, we start with the external examination, meaning we take measurements of the hair, the color of the eyes, the teeth, the fingernails, and the body in general to see if there's any wounds or injuries that we need to document. Then we take photos of an overall photo of the body and then photos of the wounds. Once we've done that, and based on the x-rays, if it's a gunshot wound or a stab wound that we need to recover evidence, we will do it during the internal examination. So for the internal examination, is basically doing an Y incision from the shoulders to the chest, opening the cavity and looking for the trajectory of the projectile or the stab wound. We have to document how much blood is in the cavity, what organs have been injured, and basically the trajectory of the projectile or the stab wound. And also we document if there's any natural disease, meaning the heart is enlarged or there is cholesterol plaques in the vessels or any tumors or any other lesions that we need to document. We also take samples, urine and blood for toxicology analysis.
Does your investigator, as part of their job, do they follow up with family and possibly medical records to determine medical history of the decedent?
Yes.
And is that something you would review?
Yes.
You mentioned internal examination of the body, of the torso. If there's a wound to the head, such as a gunshot wound, is there internal examination of the head?
The head, yes. So the incision on the chest is different than on the head. So once we do the examination of the torso, then we have to do examination of the head. And usually is an incision from ear to ear where we are able to remove the scalp and see if there are any wounds to the skull or the brain.
Okay, and when you say remove the scalp, after making that incision, is the skin actually pulled forward?
Yes, forward and backward. So it's usually an incision between the ears, and then half is retrieved forward and the other half backwards.
And in the case of a gunshot wound to the head, would you actually open the cranial vault and examine the brain and the interior of the head?
Yes, for every autopsy.
Okay, and how do you use some type of a saw to cut through the skull to do that?
Yes, we have to remove the bone and then remove the brain.
Now, you mentioned the preparatory process. Is the body x-rayed?
Yes,
And that would be done before your external examination begins,
before processing.
before processing?
And after processing, because we need to make sure that we have all the evidence that we need to collect.
If you have a gunshot wound to a decedent's body, especially, well, to their head, all right, and the gunshot wound is, for lack of a better term, in the hairline, so in the hair, beyond the, or below the hair. In other words, it's not on the forehead or the face, but it's underneath the hair, and the person has hair, they're not a male that's bald. To reveal the entry wound and any possible exit wounds, do you, in the process of doing the external examination, will you remove hair to reveal the wound or the dynamics of the wound?
Yes, so we take photos, we call it as-is photos, meaning the way the body came in, and then we have to shave the hair to make sure that we are able to document the wounds.
In this case with Ms. Moentez's body, during your external examination, did you note any wounds to her body?
Yes,
And was there a wound to her head?
yes,
Was that a gunshot wound?
yes.
Now, that gunshot wound was, I'll get to it here in a minute. I'm going to show you some photographs, but was there an accompanying exit wound?
No,
So I'm going to start with states N1. First thing I'm going to ask you, doctor, in this photograph, Ash, if I could help you, if you could help me, ask you to help me real quick. I know there's something on here that helps focus. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
So if you ever run into Chad Chronister, members of the jury, I want you to tell them that my bailiffs in this courtroom, they're not just bailiffs, but they're also IT people. Maybe they should get a raise. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. In this photograph, this is Ms. Moentez.
yes,
Okay. So we see this measuring placard here on her head, above her hair, and there are numbers on there. Is that a unique file number that is given to the decedent when the decedent's body is brought into the medical examiner's office?
yes,
And is that utilized throughout the autopsy and the documenting of your findings, and also placed on any envelopes containing anything that may be collected from the body?
yes,
And is that number also placed on your autopsy report and diagnosis report?
yes,
Now, in this instance, do we see the area where the gunshot is, the gunshot wound?
yes.
Okay. And I know it's not the best photo, it's kind of dark, but can you, if you don't mind standing up, doctor? if
You can
could-
stand up and go toward the screen, please.
Yeah, towards the.
Just make
bigger-
sure the jurors need to be able to see what you're pointing at.
Do you see the area of the wound, or do you need me to show you another photo?
Yes, so
Okay.
the gunshot wound is it is right here. It
Okay.
is below number 1,
All right,
and this is part of her hair.
all right. Now, on that wound, this is with the hair there, obviously. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. I'm going to show you states N2, where I ask the next question. Did you note near the wound or around the wound some substance that was of significance to you?
Yes, so there was something that we call soot and stippling. Soot is the black powder that comes out of the gun when the
gunpowder deposited on the skin, and it causes like an abrasion, like a scrape around the gunshot wound. That is here. This is the skin, the gunshot wound.
So sooting and stippling, is that something that is commonly seen in gunshot wounds of a certain type as far as the distance of the muzzle of the firearm to the wound? Is that something that you've seen in your career?
Yes.
All right.
So soot is seen in a very short, like a contact distance, meaning the muzzle was held against the skin. Soot and stippling, there's some distance between the target and the weapon. And when you don't see any of the above, is because it's a distance like more than 2 feet, or there was an object used between the target and the weapon.
Such as like
Like
a pane of
pillow.
glass or something like
Yes,
that?
pillow, a wall, or another object.
So if you see sooting around the wound, does that indicate to you that the muzzle of the firearm, meaning the tip of the barrel that the bullet comes out of, was some certain, maybe not a specific distance, but was within a certain distance to the wound?
Yes.
And what does the soot tell you about that?
The soot usually is because the firearm is very close to the skin and the gas has no room to be dispersed and it deposits on the skin.
And when you have stippling involved also with the sooting, does that also give you some indication of the distance of the muzzle to the wound?
Yes, so it is an indication of an intermediate range, meaning that it's not a contact, the weapon was not against the surface, there's some distance between the surface and the firearm.
So if you have stippling without sooting, and you have no barrier between the muzzle and the wound, does that indicate to you it's maybe a little bit further away than it would be if you have sooting present?
That's correct.
So the sooting being present is significant because it means the muzzle was closer.
Yes.
In this case, what would be your estimate of distance?
For the range, usually we have to test the firearm, but usually is as soon as you start seeing soot and stippling is more than 2 inches up to 2 feet.
So somewhere between 2 inches and 2 feet.
Yes.
So if the sooting is right at the edge of the wound and down inside the wound track, inside the body, that's going to tell you, and then there's other characteristics that tell you the muzzle's against the skin.
Yes, so when the muzzle is against the skin, we're going to be able to see the muzzle imprint. So we're going to be able to see the tip of the barrel on the skin. And also the soot is usually within the bone. In this case, the soot was dispersed all over the wound and it was going up to the right ear.
So this wound would tell you that the muzzle has to be back at least a couple of inches to allow dispersion on the exterior of the wound?
That's correct.
If a witness described the shooting of Ms. Muentes with the firearm being held by a person who's approximately 5 to 6 feet away, or maybe closer to her and holding the gun up close to her head, would that be consistent with your findings?
5, 6 feet?
Well, actually, she was talking about herself, so let me rephrase that. She describes the person being fairly close to Ms. Muentes and the firearm being held up, not in contact, but very close to her head.
Yes, that's consistent.
Now, stippling, you described that a little bit earlier. Does that involve the gunpowder itself, maybe particles that are burning and some that are not burning? Because sometimes, well, let me just rephrase it. Sometimes when a gun is fired, some of the powder will come out and it's unburned. Is that correct?
Yes.
And sometimes that powder is still burning when it comes out the front of the barrel.
Yes.
And the stippling that we see on Ms. Muentes, and I'm going to move to photograph N3. And in this photograph, have you removed the hair?
Yes, so the hair was shaved and the soot has been removed because as there are difference between soot and stippling. Once you clean the wound, the soot is going to disappear. The stippling doesn't because the gunpowder is also involving the upper part of the right eye. So the stippling is dispersed to the head, eye, and towards the right ear.
So that stippling effect, is that limited to deceased people? In other words, if a person suffers a gunshot wound at a distance where you're going to have stippling, and for whatever reason, let's just say the bullet grazes their head and doesn't enter the cranial vault and they live, can they also suffer stippling?
So sometimes people call the stippling tattoo. So the person is going to have the tattoo forever if they survive the wound, because it's like a scar of the gunshot wound. But in order for somebody to develop stippling, they have to be alive. If a dead body is being shot, the person is not going to develop stippling or tattoo.
Or tattooing, okay. But this is stippling on her body,
Yes.
okay. So if a person suffered a wound where stippling occurs and tattooing occurs, and 2 years later they testify that that tattooing and the coloring is still there, would that be consistent with that?
Yes, it's not going to look quite like this. It's going to have some color changes because the person survived, and it's been 2 years, so probably there's going to be a scar instead of this purple-red color.
So in that there's no exit wound from the body, what type of gunshot wound is this? And I know there's the term penetrating versus perforating.
So when we refer to gunshot wounds, there are two types. Penetrating, meaning that there's an entrance gunshot wound, but there's no exit. So the projectile didn't exit the body. When it's perforated, means that it perforated the body. So if it's a gunshot wound to the head, to the right side, and there's an exit on the left side, it is perforated gunshot wound. In this case, there was no exit, so it is a penetrating gunshot wound.
Were you able to determine through and you did conduct an internal examination of her head, of her brain?
Yes.
Were you able to determine the structures of her body, the anatomic structures and parts of her body that were affected by this gunshot wound?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
So the entrance was to the right side of the head. There's perforation of the scalp. Then below the scalp, there's a muscle called temporalis muscle. There was a perforation of that muscle, yes. And actually, there was a fragment of the projectile within the right temporalis muscle. Then there was a perforation of the skull, meaning there are multiple fractures, and the projectile went through the skull, then through the brain, which is the base of the right and left side of the brain. There's something called frontal and temporal lobes, which are basically half of the brain forward. And it went from right to left, and then perforated the left side of the skull and the muscle where the projectile and a fragment were recovered.
So it was recovered in the muscle on the left side of her head.
Yes.
Would that be the temporalis muscle, the
Yes.
same muscle?
Yes.
Okay. And the temporal and the frontal lobes are portions of the brain.
Yes.
So as far as the skull, would this have been a perforating wound to the skull,
To the skull, yes.
since it went through both sides of the skull?
Yes, but it's a penetrating gunshot wound to the head.
Okay. As far as the bullet not exiting the left side of the head, is that something you see in some gunshot wounds where a round will enter the body, whether it's the head or the torso, it'll travel through the body and then not exit either where it lodges on the other side of the body, either against the skin or the muscle below the skin.
Yes.
And is that due in part to loss of energy as it's moving through the body, through the mediums it's passing through organs, tissue, maybe bones or sinew, things like that?
There are multiple factors. It depends on where the projectile was found, the type of firearm that was used, the type of gunpowder that the firearm was using, and the energy of the projectile.
So ultimately, this projectile did not have enough energy to get through the muscle, the temporal muscle on the left side, or go through the skin.
That's correct.
Now, in examining the body, opening the head, looking at the brain and looking at the skull, were you able, you mentioned the fragment on the right side, were you able to locate and collect the projectile that caused the wound?
Yes.
And did you collect that?
Yes.
And was there near that another fragment?
Yes. So on the right side, there was a small fragment. On the left side, it was the projectile and a very small fragment too.
Now, when a projectile, especially a lead projectile made out of soft lead, when it passes through a bone like the skull, is that something you commonly see where you'll have fragments break away from the main projectile?
It depends on the type of the projectile, but yes, usually we see fragmentation.
When the projectiles, in this case, those three the projectile and the two fragments are collected, are they placed into some type of a container and then later provided to law enforcement?
Yes.
What type of container is it?
It is an envelope. We take photos of the projectile and the fragments, and after taking the photos, the projectile and the fragments are sealed in an envelope, and then I will sign the envelope
Okay.
before sealing the envelope.
So I'm going to show you states in 7. And in this photograph, we see on the top that same measuring placard with the identifying unique file number to Ms. Muentez's case. We see 3 objects below that, and below that we see a small manila envelope that has some printing on it, and then it has apparently a white label that has some information, some check marks, and some handwriting. Can you just, starting with the top part, these 3 items, what are those items?
So basically, the fragments below number 2 and let's say 0 here, they are the fragments, and this is the main projectile. Then the envelope contains the last name, number, date, my signature, and what was recovered, bullet, which is this projectile, and the fragments were the 2 fragments recovered on the right and left side of the head.
And does the envelope indicate from where they were removed from?
Yes, that's all.
Okay, and this appears to be a pre-printed envelope that has other items that may be collected, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the labeling, that's a pre-printed label, I'm assuming,
Yes,
and it has your initials over your name,
yes,
and at that time, you were the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner?
that's correct.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States O. First, I'm going to publish the exterior of this. Okay. And then the envelope that is on the interior of that packaging. Does that appear to be the envelope containing these projectiles recovered from Ms. Muentez's body?
Yes,
States in 5, is this a close-up photograph of one of the fragments?
yes,
states in 6. Is that a close-up of the projectile and the other fragment?
Yes,
Now, is this fragment associated or placed next to the projectile because that's the fragment located on the left side of the head with the projectile?
yes.
Can I approach the witness here?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as, well, it's in evidence as N5. Can you tell me, and I know we don't have the, any other photos, but do you know what side of the head that is? I just want to make sure what we're looking at.
Yes, the right side.
That's the right side, okay. And this is the area where that fragment was located?
No, it was around there. Oh, yes, yes.
Right here? Okay. States N4 publishing. All right, so you mentioned earlier reflection of the scalp off of the skull. So if you can, doctor, if you can just stand up and kind of show us which is the reflected scalp and where the skull is and what we're looking at.
So this is the skull on the right side. So we basically cut half of the skull in half and then remove towards the face. So this is the right side where the puncture wound was. Between the skull and the skull, there is a muscle called the temporalis muscle. The muscle is still attached to the skull. So I had to remove this muscle and the projectile was behind the muscle.
Okay, and in this, we're looking at the right-hand side of the skull?
Yes.
And was the fragment, is it reflected in this photograph where you located the fragment on the entrance wound?
No. So this is the gunshot wound. Then we have to remove this muscle and it was behind the muscle.
It was
between
behind
the
it.
muscle and the skull.
Okay, and is the fragment, can we see it here in the photograph or no? No, okay, all right. Now, okay, doctor, I just want to make sure you were sitting. I don't want you to stand up there unless we needed you to. Were you able to determine the directional trajectory of the wound track?
So the trajectory is based on 3 planes, dividing the body in right, left, superior, inferior, and front to back. Usually when we refer to the trajectory, we mean those 3 planes. In this case was right to left, front to back, and downward. So meaning the projectile went on and downward.
Okay, so right to left, front to back, and slightly downward.
Yes.
All right, now, in this case, what were the degrees or this, I guess, were the angles severe or were they slight?
No, it was just slightly downward. So it's like slightly front to back, right to left, and slightly downward.
Just slightly downward?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, our entrance wound appears to be somewhere in this area,
Yes,
okay? And the bullet ends up basically in the same area, just slightly to the back of that, is that right?
yes. So it was behind the left ear, but at the level of the ear. On the right side was above the ear. So that's why it's slightly downward.
Okay. So the front to back angling of the wound was not as if it went in here and exited on the back of the head or anything like that. It was right above the ear on the left side.
Yes,
Okay. So almost straight across.
almost, yes.
And in measuring Miss Muentez's body, was she measured at a height of 5'3"?
Yes,
And what was her age?
52.
Was this wound to her head, was it a fatal wound?
Yes.
And was it a, once inflicted, a survivable wound?
No.
And from the time of the infliction of a gunshot wound like this to Ms. Montez's head, how long would it have taken for her to lose consciousness? Not death, but just to lose consciousness?
It depends, but usually when people have gunshot wounds to the head, they usually are not conscious very fast.
Now, in addition to the wound itself, is there a blunt impact dynamic to a gunshot wound, especially to the head like this?
Yes, so gunshot wounds are not only because of the power and the projectile itself, they are also blunt impact from the projectile.
Okay. And can that blunt impact also have an effect as far as concussing or other effects?
Yes.
If Ms. Muentes is described as falling instantly to the ground after the infliction of the wound, would that be consistent with this type of wound?
Yes.
And how long from the time the wound was inflicted would it have taken for her to die?
Seconds to minutes.
What was the actual mechanism of death in this case?
It is something called neurogenic shock, meaning that the brain was not functioning, so there was no signal sent to the rest of the body. There was no signal sent to the heart or the lungs.
Okay. And were you able in this case to arrive at an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of her death?
Yes.
And what was that?
A gunshot wound to head, perforating skull and brain.
Can I get some gloves, Ash? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And were you able to come to an opinion as to the manner of her death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicide.
Now, as far as this envelope containing the projectile and the fragments, I've opened it and removed these items. Is this a smaller container that the items are placed in individually?
Yes. So we usually put each fragment in a different envelope to avoid friction between the fragments and the projectile.
And is that the projectile that was recovered from the left side of Ms. Montez's head?
Yes.
In determining your trajectory of the wound track, did you actually utilize some type of demonstrative device that you've utilized in, or is utilized in forensic pathology in situations like this?
Yes.
And what was that?
Usually we use a rod that shows the trajectory. So once we're done with the autopsy, we will put the skull back and use the rod that goes from, in this case, from right to left.
And then you can clearly see from the directions of the rod, the wound track,
Yes,
to confirm your findings, if nothing else?
yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll tender the witness.
Cross-examination.
Morning, doctor.
Morning.
Mr. Harmon was just asking you about the manner of death.
Yes,
Right, all right. So there are 5 types in your office that can be classified as manner of death, correct?
that's correct.
And tell the jury what those 5 are.
So it is natural, suicide, homicide, accidental, and when we cannot classify any of the deaths within those 4 categories, we're going to say it's undetermined.
And those are basically used for statistical purposes for your office,
Yes,
for classification.
yes,
When you are giving an opinion that the manner of death is homicide, that is not a legal determination, correct?
that's correct.
You're not telling the jury that.
No,
Okay. All right. Let me ask you, Miss Muentes, I don't want to mispronounce her name, Muentes. She did not have, outside of the gunshot wound, the soot, the stippling, the abrasion associated, she did not have any blunt force trauma to her body or any other injuries.
that's correct.
Let's talk a little bit just about the range again. The range basically between, you indicated, less than 2 feet, 2 feet or less than 2 feet is normally intermediate range. 2 or less.
It depends.
Yeah, it depends. That's what we're going to talk
So
about. Go ahead.
if it is, if you have stippling, you're going to be able to see it up to 2 feet. But again, it depends the type of firearm that was used. If you see soot, it could be up to 6 inches. So anytime that we start seeing soot that is very concentric, meaning that is very dense around the wound, we start thinking about 2 inches up to 8 inches for soot, and stippling up to 2 feet.
And did you indicate on direct examination your estimate in this case was somewhere between 2 inches and 2 feet?
Yes,
Okay. You can't say exactly, correct?
that's correct.
There's a lot of factors that go into that.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that. Normally, the best way to get the exact range or a more specific range is to test the firearm, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So we're going to have the firearm, we're going to do some ballistics testing, and then we're going to be able to see where we have soot, where we might have stippling.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, your office does not do ballistic testing.
We don't do ballistic testing because we are doctors, not ballistics. So ballistics is part of the forensic science and not forensic pathology.
The ballistics testing to determine a better range is left to the agency, in this case, Tampa Police Department, correct?
Yes,
Tampa Police Department. All right. Now, the type of firearm used can make a difference, correct?
that's correct.
And how much gunpowder is used, or powder, can make a difference.
That's correct.
Okay. And the type of powder that is used also can make a difference, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, in this case, did anyone talk to you about the type of firearm used in this case?
The investigator that responded to the scene took photos of the firearm.
And that is a black powder revolver, correct?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with that type of firearm in your career?
After the case, yes.
After the case, okay. Did anybody tell you a little bit about all the steps that have to go into it in order to even get the gun ready to shoot?
Nobody told me. I did my own research.
Okay. What'd you learn? Just a little bit. Tell us about how you actually load the black powder, all of that. What did you
So
learn?
usually it's through the muzzle, and it depends the type and quantity of the powder that was used. So it depends. It's more a person action than the firearm itself.
And can that type of black powder revolver use different types of powder?
Yes,
Right. And then the person actually has to use some sort of mechanism, as you described, to actually load each cartridge.
that's correct.
Okay. So certainly in that situation and lack of familiarity before this, but now you are familiar with that type of revolver, that can certainly also affect the range, correct?
That's why the firearm has to be tested. But based on the experience on gunshot wounds, that's why I was able to say that it was an intermediate range.
Right. But all those factors we have just talked about can affect that, correct?
Yes,
And again, your office isn't going to do that, the agency would need to do it.
Objection asked and answered, Judge.
Overruled, go ahead.
The agency needs to do that, not your office.
that's correct.
Are you aware in this case of any ballistics test?
Objection, hearsay, speculation.
Overruled, go ahead.
Are you aware of any ballistics testing that got done in this case?
No.
Okay. May I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, Doctor. I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Doctor, counsel keeps using the term ballistic testing. Are you aware of the specific term that is utilized by firearms examiners to conduct this type of testing?
So the ballistic is the one in charge of testing the firearm.
Right.
There are two types, external and internal ballistics, meaning what happened between the firearm was fired and also what is within the weapon. So there are two types of ballistics. But forensic pathology, we are expert in human ballistics, meaning
Right.
what the projectile did within the body.
Right. Now, I understand that, but counsel has asked you a bunch of questions about this, so I'm going to follow up a little with it. Isn't that called distance testing?
Range of firing.
Range
testing.
testing? Okay.
Yes.
And that's if you need to determine for some reason the actual specific range.
Exactly.
And if you're going to do that, you have to use the exact same gun, is that right?
Yes,
And you'd have to use the exact same loading and the exact same powder to determine that, correct?
it has to be the same circumstances as where the event happened.
Right. And even then, what they're doing is they're taking a piece of cheesecloth, I believe they call it, white cloth, and they're stretching it onto some kind of a median, and then they're shooting it with that gun from separate distances to look to see what the pattern is,
That's correct.
to see what level of sooting or stippling is left.
Yes,
And there's variability in that testing, isn't there?
that I cannot answer.
It's not an exact science, is it?
That I don't know.
All right. Now, the ballistic testing that counsel was talking about, that you've kind of mentioned, that's testing to determine if a projectile was fired from a firearm, if the police need to determine that, if it's an unknown, right? If that's an unknown thing, whether that firearm fired that round, right? That's
Yes.
normally why they would do that, correct?
Yes, usually it's to compare the projectile found on scene to the firearm.
Now, I wanted to ask you about the sooting and the stippling. You indicated, I think I returned the photographs. Yes, ma'am, thank you. You indicated that when, and I'm publishing in 3, okay, there we go. You indicated that when you see very dense stippling around the wound, you're thinking 2 to 8 inches for the distance of the muzzle to the wound.
It is closer than the 2 feet, yes.
Okay. And do you see dense stippling here?
Yes, so the stippling is dense at this margin above the ear, and it is dispersed on the right side of the eye, above the right eye.
So that dense stippling stood out to you.
I'm gonna object to leaving.
I can rephrase.
Rephrase.
Did that dense stippling stand out to you as something that was significant?
Yes,
And significant as to that 2 to 8 inch range?
that the firearm had to be closer to the head.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, doctor. You can have a good one. Take care. State may call your next witness. You may. Let's go ahead and take our morning break. We'll bring you in as soon as we're ready. Thank you.
Here's excellent.
All right, the jurors have left the courtroom. We're in a brief recess. I need everybody back Seated, the state may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Good morning. All right, so, perfect, you're doing everything just like you're supposed to. The only thing I need you to do is get this part and this part right here and make it even with your mouth, because if it's pointed down, it won't project. Okay, perfect. If you could, tell us your first and last name and spell them for us.
First name Geraldine, Geraldine. Last name Nunez Martinez, Nunez Martinez.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you tell the jury where you are currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Tampa Police Department.
And in what capacity are you working with the Tampa Police Department?
I am a crime scene tech.
How long have you worked with the Tampa Police Department?
5 years.
And have you worked with any other law enforcement before working with TPD?
No.
As a crime scene tech, do you have any specific training in order to be able to do that role?
I have a bachelor's in forensic investigation as well as on-the-job training.
Okay. And what, generally speaking, is your responsibility as a crime scene tech?
We respond to crime scenes. We photograph the scene through its entirety. We process the scene, collect, process, and preserve the evidence.
What type of scenes are you responding to? Every call for service or only in certain situations?
We respond to property crimes as well as violent crimes.
Okay. In this particular case, are you responding after the direction of the law enforcement who might already be on scene?
Correct.
In this particular case, did you respond to assist in the investigation that occurred on January 17, 2024 at 10,006 North 23rd Street?
I did, yes.
How did you specifically get involved in this investigation?
They requested for a crime scene tech in this specific case we knew it was a shooting.
Okay. As you're responding to the shooting, do you actually go out to that residence?
I did, yes.
When you first get there to the residence, what are your first steps as you get on scene?
I first talk to the officers or the detectives that are on scene, kind of get a layout of the scene. Then I would normally start with my photographs first.
In this case, before you are actually going into the residence or on the property, did you do any separate photographs involving an investigation involving Officer Gibson?
I did, yes.
Okay. And explain to the jury what you did as you were in relations to the investigation with Officer Gibson.
I photographed the officer, and then I believe I did the perspective view of the officer, and I photographed the firearm as well.
So, and we're saying the firearm, is that the firearm taken from Officer Gibson that he used on January 17, 2024?
That's correct, yes.
And as you're doing these photographs, the ones of Officer Gibson, are those taken on scene at the residence?
I did, yes.
And then where did you go and photograph the firearm?
The firearm was photographed later at headquarters, 411.
Okay. And after you are going through this, at some point in time, are you able to return to the residence after you do this initial part of your investigation?
I did, yes.
At this point in time, did law enforcement receive authority to go and in fact search the residence at that location?
They did, yes.
Okay. And was that by a search warrant?
Yes.
As you now have the authority to search this residence in the course of your investigation, are you working with a scene detective?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury generally what your role is as it relates as you're coordinating and working with the scene detective?
So I will, for the scene detective part, I follow the directive of the scene detective in this case. I would do, in this case, I would do my overalls of the main scene, and then afterward, I would go with them to place any evidence markers, anything of value, or that they deem value.
So you do overalls. Can you explain when you're saying overalls what that means of the scene?
It's just an overall picture of the scene. In this case, it was a residence, so it was just photographing the residence as the main scene.
And that's before you do any sort of altercation or do any sort of marking to the evidence or the scene as you see it.
Correct, yes.
In this case, I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as State C1. So first, this is a crime scene diagram of the first of the residents. I know you didn't prepare this, so you generally recognize what is depicted in State C1.
Yes,
And generally speaking, you just mentioned that you are collecting evidence at the directive and the guidance of a scene detective. In this case, as we were going through all of your evidence markers, is it the detective who is telling you what to collect or what to mark?
yes,
Okay. So for example, in this case, as we have evidence markers 1 and 2, do you recall what those evidence markers were?
those were spent casings.
And then evidence marker 3, do you remember what that was in relation to?
That was damage to the fence on southeast side of property.
And now, as we were referring to evidence marker 4, do you recall what that was?
Yes,
Okay, and what was it?
glasses.
And do you recall if there was any particular reason you might have collected that?
No, just the detective wanted it.
Okay, so collected in proximity to our other evidence in this case.
Yes,
Okay. And now I'm going to show you State C2. So as you mentioned earlier, you went through the entire residence. So we see, as we're looking at State C2, there's various evidence markers throughout this residence. Are you the one who documented those evidence markers and placed them?
yes,
As you're going through the residence, besides the rooms where we see our evidence marker, are you documenting the entire house?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what is the purpose of documenting the entire house, not just the areas with our evidence markers?
You want to show the overall of the house as it is, as you want to portray the scene like that. As I didn't move anything, just everything is as it was when I got there.
Okay. So you're documenting everything, every room, and then you're going in, and then after everything's documented as is, you go and add the evidence markers.
Yes,
Are you also going and documenting the outside or the exterior of this house, including the yard?
I did, yes,
Okay. Is that for generally the same purpose, just to see things as is as you arrive on the scene?
yes.
Okay. So I'm going to now show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit K. And first, as we were talking about the exterior of the residence, do you recall, is there a particular area and direction of the residence as you traveled? And I'll show you A1 as a reference. So directionally, how did you photograph the house?
Okay. Do you want me to show it? or-
You can describe it at all point.
Okay. I started on the east side of the property, which is the front yard,
Okay.
and then I walked around north,
Okay, so you walk up here,
yes,
and then where do you go?
towards the west side of the property, which is the backyard.
Okay, so you go across the top.
So that was the north side, then the west side, which is the backyard.
Okay, so then you come down.
Yes. And then I started on the south side.
Okay. And you, as you're going step by step, you're documenting every area, every perspective of that yard.
Yes.
So I'm going to show you and publish what has already been admitted as States K. I'm going to start with some of our exterior photos of this residence. So I'm going to start by publishing States K3. And can you tell the jury what we're looking at in K3?
That would be the front yard, the front of the residence.
Okay, so now as we're looking at the front of the residence, let me ask you, you mentioned earlier, and we discussed that there was a process first of photographing Officer Gibson, and then the firearm, and then you had to wait for your search warrant. Do you know the approximate time you were able to start photographing and doing these exterior photos of the house?
I believe it was about 2-hour difference from when I started with Officer Gibson to starting the photos of the residents.
And do you know what time you first responded to the scene to take those photographs of Officer Gibson?
I arrived on scene at 2 p.m. and residence was around 4 p.m.
And as we're going through, I'll now publish states K4. So is this now showing us also the residents, the additional residents to the house of 10,006?
Yes, it's just another perspective of the front yard.
And then same thing with K5?
Yes.
And now K6, are we now moving closer to the residents?
Yes.
And K7. So is now, I'll zoom it back up a little. Are you looking inside the front porch patio area of the house?
I am, yes.
Okay. And in perspective to K7, this is K8. Is this to the left of that area?
Yes.
And now as we're doing K10, where are we now in relation? Is this the right side of the house?
Yes.
And again, as you mentioned earlier, are you now going to go through in K11 and go through the backyard of this residence?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to jump ahead to us as we go through the residence to the south side. And we're now going to go to states K22. So was there a back door of the residence on the south side that you're photographing?
Yes.
And in relation to the house, would this be on the southeast side of the residence?
Correct, yes.
And would this be the only door that you've noted on the side of the residence?
Yes, on the backyard, yes.
Okay. And as we move to states K23, we're moving around to the right of that door?
Yes.
Okay. States K24, another angle of that. States K25, are we now moving further along that southeast side of the residence?
Yes, that's correct.
States K26, which side of the residence, as we're looking at this fence, the mesh fence and the wood fence, directionally speaking, where are we?
We're still on the south side. Those will be the southeast fence.
So, and if we're looking at the southeast fence, beyond this fence, are we looking at North 23rd Street if we're looking past this? Into the front yard?
We are looking into the front yard, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to show you states K27, and we see now that the lighting in these photos has gotten darker now that we start to see markers on these photos. Approximately how long is the overall processing as you're taking all of these photos of the residents?
It probably took a couple hours because I got to this after I processed the main residence.
Okay, so you went back out, and again, the preliminary photos are done first without markers, so you went back later to do these markers after several hours.
Yes.
Okay. And as we are marking, can you tell the jury specifically what is being marked in states K27?
These were strike marks on the fence, southeast fence area.
Okay. So it states K28. Are we now getting close-ups or mid-ranges of that marking?
Yes.
Okay. States K29 and states K30. Is this one of the top markings on the fence as indicated?
Yes.
And what is the point of putting these markers next to any impact markings that you're identifying?
We want to show the measurement of the strike mark or impact.
And so this is the top mark. Was there, as we noted earlier, there was a second marking, correct, that we can now see in states K31?
Yes.
Okay. And again, K32, are we moving closer to this marking?
Yes.
And K33. So as you're noting these markings, do you notice you're marking the measurements each time?
Yes.
And if we are looking catty corner to this mesh fence in states K34, is this directly next to it?
Yes.
Okay. And again, in K35, are you now adding those evidence markers of impact marks that have been noted for you?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And K36, as we are looking down for our first marking, and this is a close-up of that marking, is that correct?
Yes.
And then we have our second impact mark slightly higher, and states K38. And our, again, is this the close-up as we go to K39?
Yes.
Okay. After you go through these markings, is there a distinction that you're noticing from these markings on this fence compared to the other circular ones?
Yes, yes.
And now as we go to K40, are we looking at the other side of the residence now more towards the front yard of both the residents of 10,006 and 10,004?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And as we're going through the first yard, we saw in State's crime scene diagram, what did you ultimately find in this front yard?
It was the 2 casings and number 4, the glasses.
Okay. And as we are going through these casings, State's K43, evidence marker 1, and State's K44, these casings that you found in this marking and another close-up of K45, is there anything consistent with these casings compared to the firearm of Officer Gibson that you photographed of him at Tampa headquarters at 411?
Yes,
Okay, and what was that? Do they appear to be consistent?
it was rifle casings.
Okay. And are you marking the, on K48, are you photographing this for any particular reason?
Yes, this is the head stamp of the casing. It tells you the caliber of the actual casing, as well as it could tell you the brand as well.
Okay. And K49, is this another casing consistent with evidence marker number 1?
Yes,
Okay. And we're just, again, having a close-up, K51. And K52, is this the same head stamp indicating it is the same brand as our previous casing we just talked about?
yes, yes.
Now, as we go to states K53 with evidence marker 53, I'll give it our close-up of states K54. What are these markings we're now looking at?
These were strike marks on the white fence.
Okay. And this is the white fence that is directly next to our chain link mesh fence.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So K55, we're getting our closer ups. K56. In this fence, did you note, again, 2 separate markings?
Yes,
And then K57, again, are you measuring these distinct marks for comparison purposes to our other impact marks?
correct.
K59 is another ultimate close-up of that second marking.
Yes,
As you are going through the exterior of this residence, you mentioned earlier you ultimately also went through and you documented the interior as well. As you're going through the interior of this residence, are you documenting it kind of consistently room by room as you're going through and processing it?
yes,
So first, I want to bring your attention back to states K64. And as we are looking at K64 and we're looking into the residence, do you recall what was to the right as you entered and what was to the left?
to the right was a bedroom, and so that was the northeast corner, and then to the left was the kitchen area.
And as we go to K65, are you just taking close-ups as we walk into the house?
Yes,
And K66, is this now looking into our kitchen?
yes,
So K73, it's a similar photo, but now have you gone in and marked your evidence markers after your initial overalls of the kitchen?
that's correct, yes.
Okay. as we are looking at K75 of these general markers, first starting with evidence marker 5, can you tell the jury what was found on this kitchen table?
On the table was a firearm, and number 7, I believe, was a Ziploc bag with some caps.
And on the floor, number 11, is that our decedent Josephine Fuentes?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And states K76, what is evidence marker number 10?
That was red substance in the vicinity, so it was like right next to, between the kitchen and dining room.
And when you're saying red substances, is that consistent with might be blood?
Yes,
Based on your photographs, though, you have done nothing to confirm whether or not that is in fact blood, but it's consistent.
yes,
Okay. And as we were going through states, K77, just another close-up of that area.
correct.
And as we were going through the kitchen earlier, I'll go back to states K75. So as you're going through, are you processing and do you photograph our decedent in this case as well?
I did.
As you're going through and you're photographing her, do you notice anything about her injury-wise that you're documenting?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you notice as it refers to the injuries that you observe on her body?
She had an injury to the right side of her head.
Okay. And are you also noticing blood surrounding her body as well?
Yes,
Okay. And I'll go back to states K78. Is this the kitchen floor after our decedent has been moved away from the scene?
correct.
And K79, are we now just looking higher up on the ground in the kitchen?
Yes,
And as we're looking at K80 with this marking, I want to make sure we can see this is the counter above the cabinet directly next to the stove. Is that accurate?
yes,
Okay. And K82, again, have you gone through and documented for the purpose of the measurements of that impact marking?
correct.
States K84, where is this impact marking as it relates to our previous image we just saw?
It's the same cabinet, but this is the interior side of the cabinet.
And states K85, do we have another close-up of that interior?
Correct.
Okay. And as we are in the kitchen of this residence, as you turn around and now look back to the street of this residence, what room are we looking at now in the house?
Looking back from the kitchen,
Looking back from the kitchen.
you're looking into the dining room.
Okay. So as we're now looking into the dining room, states K87, again, the evidence markers that we mentioned earlier, correct?
Correct.
And another close-up of in K88.
Yes,
States K89, as we go through, and I'll just stop at K90, of the evidence marker 5 you mentioned earlier was the firearm in this case.
yes,
Okay. So ultimately, as you are going through and you're you're photographing this firearm, you're taking it as found on the scene, correct?
correct.
Ultimately, do you remove this firearm and take it for processing?
I did, yes.
And can you explain to the jury what it means when you process a firearm?
We process for DNA and fingerprints.
Okay. And as you're going through and processing for DNA, what does that mean that you're doing?
We swab the firearm. We take a sterile swab and swab different areas of the firearm.
Okay. And as you're processing for potential prints, what is that process?
We process for fingerprints by, in this case, I believe I used a super glue chamber and a dye stain.
And as you're processing a firearm, have you ever processed a firearm before this date?
I have, yes.
Is it automatic as you're processing a firearm, or in fact any piece of evidence, that you will have fingerprints on a piece of evidence?
No.
Is there various factors as in texture or condition of that item that might contribute to whether or not a fingerprint can be left?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, I'm going to go to, well, actually, before I move on, as you're doing this processing, you do your collection of that evidence, and then it moves on to someone else to make a further determination if there is any matches based off that evidence. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not making any sort of identification or any decisions as it relates to that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. States K98. So as we're now looking at this, we now see an additional evidence marker, and what is that evidence marker?
Number 8,
Number 8, correct?
that it was the damage to the window in the dining room.
Okay. States K104. Is that the damage that you just mentioned?
Correct.
Okay. And states K105. Are we doing our close-ups account?
Yes.
Okay. As we're turning in the kitchen to states K12, is there an additional evidence marker here, number 9?
Yes.
Okay, and what was number 9 indicating?
That was the damage to the wall. It's on the up.
Okay, so the wall, so I'm gonna go to states, just move out a little bit. So K13, so the marker on the top above our outlet.
Correct.
And K14, are we getting close-ups of that?
Yes.
Okay, and then just one more close-up. Again, as we can see the measurements of the specific impact mark.
Correct.
As you're going through with the direction of the scene detective in this case, what, if anything, do you decide to do to further investigate this particular impact mark?
We wanted to see if there was a projectile inside the wall, so we decided to make a hole in the wall to see, and we did get a projectile from it.
Okay. And states K17, is this the hole on the bottom of the wall that you just mentioned?
Correct.
So that was cut solely for that purpose to see if you can find that projectile.
Correct.
And as we go through states K118 and K119, is this above this area right here, the projectile that you mentioned?
Correct.
As you're going through and now you're finding both a firearm and a projectile in this dining room, are you collecting them?
I am, yes.
Okay. And what is the process of collecting evidence?
We, in this case, we would place this in an envelope, submit it into evidence or property.
Okay. And as you submit this evidence in an envelope, and you submit it to evidence or the property room, does it go directly from the crime scene to the evidence room where it is secured?
Yes.
Okay. And then in this case, K112, do you take additional measurements of that item?
Yes, this was just another perspective.
Okay. So as we go through the kitchen, did you also go through the room directly behind the kitchen, which was some sort of living room or computer room?
Yes.
Okay. Is that as is depicted here in states K133?
Yes.
Okay, so K 134, are we now looking into this room directly as you go through that doorway that we just saw?
Yes.
Okay. And now as we are looking at states K135, why are you photographing this particular area?
There was a computer, a monitor desk here in that corner.
Okay. Ultimately, are you marking that computer as well for evidence?
I did later on, yes.
Okay. And as you're marking that computer, you say later on you mark it as evidence, are you collecting that hard drive as well?
I did, yes.
And same thing as you mentioned before, as you're collecting that hard drive, it is secured by you and placed directly into your evidence or property locker.
Correct.
Okay. As we are going through, do you proceed to the next room in the residence on the south side of the house, which is some sort of laundry room or utility room?
I did, yes.
Okay. And now as we were looking at state K150, is this the entrance and the long view of that that room?
Yes.
Okay. States K151. Are we looking at a little bit to the left of that angle.
Yes.
Okay. States K152. Are we now just seeing more of that larger machine?
Yes.
Okay. States K153. Close up of the doorway.
Yes.
And as we go through to states K155, now we have some evidence markers here. First, starting with evidence marker 17, which is now depicted in states K156. Explain why there was an evidence marker here.
At the direction of the detectives, they wanted the red substance in the laundry room marked.
Okay. And again, as we look at states K157, is this, you're saying red substance, is it consistent with being blood?
Yes.
Okay, but you can't confirm that.
No.
Okay. As we are now looking at K160, what is evidence marker 18?
18 was the red substance on the washer.
Okay. K161, are we now just looking at a different angle of that?
Correct.
And K162, are you getting us to our close-ups of that?
Yes.
Now, as we look at states K164, is this evidence marker 19?
Yes.
Okay. And states K165, again, have you added that measurement tape for the impact mark that we saw earlier?
Correct.
As we are now continuing just to talk about the southern half of this residence, did you go and photograph the bedroom slash cottage area in the backyard of the house?
I did, yes.
Okay. And directionally speaking, where is that located in our yard?
That will be on the southwest side of the property.
Okay. And state 167, is this the outside of that area?
Yes.
And as we are going, I'll jump to state 6183. Were there, as we were leaving the residence of that laundry utility room we just mentioned, are there paving stones leaving to this bedroom in the southwest corner?
Yes, yes.
As we see here in states K183 and K184, what are you marking on these paving stones outside between those two areas?
It was red substance.
And so states K186 is that we see this paving stone in relation to that back bedroom.
Correct.
As we go to states K188 and K189, what is evidence marker 20?
Number 20 is the strike mark to the wall.
K190, are we getting our close-up so we know what that evidence marker is indicating?
Correct.
And I will go again to our measurement. Is this the measurement of our evidence marker 20?
Correct.
And as it relates to this impact mark, did you also go inside of that bedroom and noted any damage on the other side?
Correct.
So as we're going through 195, you begin to document the inside of that residence, correct?
Yes.
K196, evidence marker 21, what is that indicating?
This is a strike mark. Now we're on the interior side of that bedroom.
And is that correlated to the evidence marker 20 as it relates to the other side of this wall? Now look at just from the inside of the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. K197, are we just getting our close-ups again with K97, 197 and 198?
Correct.
And our last close-up, K199.
Yes, it's the same strike mark.
Okay. As we're going through the residence, you mentioned earlier that you did the interior and exterior of this residence. Did you also do any photographs of the neighboring yards?
In the backyard?
In the neighboring yard 10,008.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And as we look at states K120, is this just the front yard so you remember which residence you're marking?
Yes, this was to indicate the location of it. Not, I'm now at a new residence.
Okay. And as we look at states K201 and states K202, what are we marking in this residence?
This was red substance on the front yard of 10,008.
And K203 are just additional close-ups?
Yes,
And ultimately, in K205, are we taking measurements consistent with your practices as it relates to this evidence marker?
yes,
So as we move up the driveway of this neighboring residence, are you noting additional potential red substances as we look at states K208 and K209 further up that driveway?
correct.
And as we just end, does it go all the way up to state, and we're looking at states K10 and K211 and 212? Is this further, the furthest point up that driveway?
Correct.
Okay. And so again, this was at the direction of this detective to note this red substance.
Yes,
Besides that residence, you told us earlier you also documented the northern half of this residence. Is that correct?
correct.
As we were looking at states K14, so again, as we mentioned earlier, to the left is their kitchen that you documented earlier, and what was to our right?
It was a bedroom.
So K215, as you start to just walk around that door frame,
Yes,
okay? State 216, is that the bed in that room that you mentioned?
correct.
Now, looking at states 277, are you documenting and adding evidence markers now?
Yes,
And what are you marking as we look at states K228 as it relates to evidence marker 6?
this was items on top of the bed. I'm sure in my pictures I'll go through each one. But it was a manual, some percussion caps, I believe, several items pertaining to a muzzle loader.
Okay. And as we look at states 229 with this muzzle loader manual, is that consistent with the muzzle loader that you in fact photographed and processed as we discussed earlier?
Correct.
As we go through states K230 and states 231, this is the items you were mentioning earlier in relation to this firearm that you're documenting,
Correct.
okay? And then states K232 and states K233, why are you documenting the black powder in this case?
I did, yes.
Okay. Also in this area, what is documented in states K234?
Those were the, I believe it's muzzle loader balls.
Okay. So with our consistent projectile that we've seen, is this consistent with the projectile you saw over at evidence marker 9 in the wall of the kitchen?
Yes.
As we are now looking at states K246, what are you documenting with evidence marker number 12?
Number 12 was items, this was on the floor next to the bed.
Okay, directly next to the bed. As we look to K247, what is this, a photograph of?
It's a Ziploc bag with aluminum powder.
Okay. And K248 and 249, just to give us a better angle. As it relates to evidence marker 12, what are you photographing?
A jar with gunpowder.
Ultimately, did you also open up the box that evidence marker 12 was on top of?
I did, yeah.
Okay. And as we look at states 257, and I'm going to zoom in. To our cleaning and maintenance, and just as it relates to line number 1, can you just read that first line for us, what these are instructions are for?
Number one is black powder fouling is extremely corrosive and can rust the barrel and cylinder in a short time. All black powder guns must be cleaned thoroughly after the firing session is completed.
And as we look at states K258, I'll zoom this back out. Are there various items in that box that you're photographing as it relates to potential maintenance of this firearm?
Correct.
And as we go to the next room in this residence, states K274, so this smaller residence next to our first bedroom, was there any evidence markers that you or the detective noted in this room?
None in this room, no.
Okay. But again, as you mentioned earlier, you're going through to photograph everything just to document everything as is.
Yes, we still have to document the whole residence.
Okay. As we go down the hall a little bit, catty corner to these bedrooms, do you document the bathroom of this residence?
Yes,
And in the bathroom, do you in fact have several evidence markers?
I did.
Okay. As we were looking at states K287, first with evidence marker 14, can you explain to the jury what evidence marker 14 was?
Yes. This was the entryway to the bathroom. Number 14 was a projectile that was on the floor.
Okay. And as we are looking at states K289, is this a close-up as we're taking of that projectile?
Correct.
And states K290, again, are we measuring that projectile?
Yes.
Okay. States K291, what are we documenting here?
This was damage on the doorway of the bathroom.
Okay. States K292 and states K293, are we now getting our close-ups of that damage?
Correct.
States K294, are you documenting that impact?
Yes.
Okay. As you originally found it, the photographs we had mentioned earlier, was the door of this bathroom open when you originally found it as documented?
Yes.
But as we look at states K296, were you the one who altered it just to get this perspective of this damage?
I did.
Okay. States K297, what is evidence marker 15 indicating?
15 was the damage to the bathroom door.
Okay. And states K298 and states K299, are these our measurements and our close-ups?
Yes.
Okay, and as we were looking at these various impact markings, first are one in the kitchen cabinet, our dining room wall, and the other ones we've noted so far, have these all been consistent as it relates to the general size and shaping of these impact marks?
They were, yes.
Okay. States K300, what are we measuring now?
This was damage to the door, but it's right next to the doorknob of the bathroom door.
And states K301 and states K302. Is this again similar impact markings that we've noted earlier, the same general size and shape as our other impact markings?
Yes.
States K303, what area of the bathroom are we looking at now?
We are on the interior side, so you're looking at the interior side of the bathroom door.
Okay. And states K304 and 305, are we getting our close-ups of that damage?
Yes.
Now that we are looking at states K307, what is that evidence marker?
This was damage to the shower wall.
And states K308, again, looking at a close-up of that with the evidence marker next to it.
Correct.
States K309 and 310. Have we not now, again, similar practice, gone through and added this measurement marker of evidence marker 16?
Correct.
As we're going through again, do we have consistency with our impact markings as it relates to size and shape that you're documenting?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also go ahead and document the room directly next to the bathroom, as we see here in states K312?
Yes.
And is that in fact right next to the bathroom?
Right next to the bathroom, yes.
As we go ahead and show states K318, are we now, is this one of our overalls before we add our evidence markers?
Yes, now I'm in the interior of the bedroom.
States K320 and 321. What is evidence marker 13 indicating for us?
These were items on top of the bed. I believe it was a flask, muscle loader balls, and there was a Altoid packet as well.
Okay. And as we go through states K322 and states K323, are these close-ups of those items? And as we go back to our Altoid box, is this item, as we zoom in, are those, again, percussion caps that you're being instructed to document?
Correct.
Okay, and then our last room of the residence, as we're going through, states K327, you also documented this last bedroom, correct?
I did, yes.
And was there any evidence markers that you noted as you were going through this last bedroom?
Not in this bedroom.
Okay. And if there had been anything through your own investigation or the direction of a detective in each of these rooms, you would have documented it and collected it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm just going to show you what has already been admitted as states L. I'm going to look real quick and tell us if you recognize this item.
Yes.
Okay, and what is states exhibit L?
This is the muzzle loader pistol.
Okay. And as we see, as I'm publishing states L with this firearm, it has been taken apart. Were you the one who took this firearm apart and to now separate it into various pieces?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know why it was taken apart?
It was cleared to make it safe for us to transport from the scene into our evidence section.
Okay. Is that standard when you're talking about firearms that you're going to make it safe for transport?
Yes.
And as we're talking about safe for transport, is the goal to make sure that this firearm cannot continue to accidentally fire any sort of projectile or bullet that it might contain?
Correct.
Okay. And we also have states M1. So as we're looking at states M1, who made this documentation on the back of this envelope?
I did.
Okay. And what is this documentation indicating to you?
This was evidence marker number 14, muzzle loader projectile.
Okay. So as you're collecting this, is this separated from other projectiles or other evidence that you're collecting on scene?
Correct.
Okay. And then they're documented in stored in evidence in different envelopes so we can know this one is from this specific evidence marker and keep everything separated.
Correct.
Are you the one who also put this projectile in this wrapping?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the purpose of that?
This is so that it doesn't damage the projectile.
But this is the projectile in the same or substantially same condition as when you found it, as in, next to evidence marker 14, which was our bathroom, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And now state M2. What is this one indicating for you?
This was the muzzle loader projectile evidence marker number 9, which is in the dining room area.
And did you take these same steps again as it relates to packaging?
Correct.
Is this projectile now in the same or substantially same condition as when you found it and retrieved it from the wall in the dining room?
Correct.
So after you go through and you document the scene and you take everything into evidence, is there anything else in the investigation that you were responsible for?
No.
Okay, so you don't do any follow-up or anything after you're on the scene that day, you're in your processing of all evidence is concluded.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have a moment to confirm?
You may.
And just one last thing I'm going to show you, we did look at our separated firearm, but as you are documenting this firearm, are you noting that there is anything inside this cylinder portion of the firearm?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
There's appears to be like the muzzle loader ball inside. So the percussion caps as well.
Okay. And is that the three top cylinders of this portion of the firearm that we're showing?
Correct.
At any point in time, you didn't touch this or you didn't put these projectiles in this firearm?
No.
Okay. And consistent with our photographs as we saw on the table, is this cylinder as we're showing and these markings the same as we're documenting or seeing when it was on the table in the dining room?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state will pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
You were just asked about two projectiles that were recovered from the scene. One from evidence marker number 9. You described that as being from the dining room area, correct?
Yes.
That's the one that was in the wall that you all had to dig or cut into?
Correct.
Okay. And then the other one, evidence marker 14, that was from the bathroom inside the residence, correct?
It was in the bathroom entryway. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to try and just use the crime scene diagram to the best that we can so I don't have to thumb through the 300 or so photographs. But if you need a photograph, you just let me know. It's not my intent to confuse you in any way.
Okay.
So let's go with, let me start with C1. This is the exterior of that residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we were just talking about some projectiles that were located. First, let me ask you this. Were there any projectiles located on the scene anywhere that appeared to have belonged to a rifle that was shot by Officer Gibson in this case?
No.
Okay. You photographed some markings in the mesh area of the chain link fence just to the south of the residence. Do you recall the areas that I'm talking about?
Yes,
Okay. And I think you may have referred to those or maybe some other markings that you photographed as strike marks. Is that correct?
correct.
Is that really just sort of an assumption on your part? You don't really know what those markings are, how they got there. You're just photographing them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But when you are on a scene such as this one, is it really your intention to document as much or pretty much everything, whether or not you know it's relevant or not?
Correct.
And it's just so that way you document it, you preserve it, and if it turns out not to be what you thought it is, then nothing is lost. Is that pretty much it?
Correct.
Okay. Going back to that fence line along that southern side of the residence, were there any projectiles that you located in this area, whether that be on the exterior of the fence or the interior?
Not on that area, no.
Did you or other law enforcement or other crime scene technicians search for any projectiles in that area?
We did.
Okay. I want to draw your attention now to the front entryway of the residence. So this first little area that we see that where it's kind of marked by a door right by the pathway, that is that kind of screened in lanai, correct?
Correct.
And is it entirely screened in all around?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And then beyond that, we have obviously that front door that is pretty much right in the middle of the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there was some damage to the window just to the south of the door that you marked, which would have been looking into the dining room area. Do you remember that damage?
Yes.
Okay. Did you locate any projectiles in this lanai kind of area here?
I did not.
How about in the area right immediately inside that window by the dining room? Did you locate any projectiles there other than the one in the wall that we found facing the other wall?
No.
Okay. The screened area here that we have that would have been, I guess, just to the east of that window, did you locate any potential strike marks on that screen or any holes or damage that you documented in that screen?
We didn't see any, no.
Okay, and so by the response that you just gave, did you look for some damage in that area?
I did.
And you did not locate any?
No.
Okay. May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
You may.
Just a couple of other questions for you, ma'am.
Sure.
Going back to that crime scene diagram, looking at C1, I'd like to focus your attention to what your evidence markers 1 and 2 are. And those are the true markers that you put there, right? That's where we would find evidence marker 1 and 2.
Yes.
And you're not the one that created this diagram, correct?
I did not.
Was that done by the crime scene detective?
I'm not sure who created it.
Okay, no worries. Evidence markers 1 and 2, are those the shell casings from the rifle that was shot by Officer Gibson?
Correct.
Okay, and then I think you said evidence marker number 4, those are potentially some glasses or eyeglasses on the ground.
Correct.
Okay. When you first started photographing the home, was it still daylight out?
It was.
Did you have any trouble seeing, any trouble with lighting in general?
At the end,
No, at the beginning and when you're doing your overall photographs.
when I did my overall photographs, not really, no. It was
Okay.
okay.
And when we're talking about overall photographs, I can't recall if you testified to this earlier, but overall photographs are just initially the pictures you take before you place any evidence markers, correct?
Correct.
So these are going to be the very first photographs that you take of everything, correct?
Correct.
Afterwards, that's when you go about placing evidence markers and such, and that's when obviously it's getting later in the day and the sun starts setting, correct?
Correct.
But when you're doing your initial overall photographs, the sun is still bright and shiny. It's about 2 o'clock or so in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. Um, State's Exhibit C2. And I've got this oriented north to south. On that southern side of the residence here, were there any doors that you can recall that led directly to the south of the yard?
There was the door on the southeast side, like by the laundry room, you mean?
So that would be the one that leads directly back to the shed, correct? Or the structure in the back?
It would be down here on the south side.
Maybe if you get up and point, that way I can.
This is the shed.
Okay,
This is the laundry room, and this is the entryway on the south side.
okay, all right. And I see what you're saying. So that would enter, if we're looking, so true north is gonna be straight ahead. Then we've got east, which would be the front door, correct?
Correct.
South is going to be the side yard, we'll call it, correct, on the side of the house?
Correct.
Okay, and then west would be pointing towards where that kind of shed area is, correct?
Correct.
And so that door that you're just referring to, and I see why you said south, and it can get confusing, so I just wanna make that clear. That door that you're referring to, that leads directly really to the west, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the only door on that side of the residence?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I don't have any other questions for you.
Any redirect?
Yes,
Okay, I just want to clarify a couple of things with you. So you were just asked about the recovery of projectiles as it relates to the front patio or the by the front fence on the southeast side. So when you were processing a scene where a shooting has occurred, are you always going to be able to recover a projectile?
Not always.
Okay. And just generally speaking, what type of things might come into effect as it relates to the recovery of that projectile?
Sometimes the projectile, and depending on the impact of it, it could end up anywhere really. It could have been in the front yard, it could be stuck in a wall, up in the roof. They could really take any path of travel.
Okay. And so specifically, as we're talking about our fence on the southeast side, you did look in that yard, but you might not know if it ricocheted into the neighbor's yard or down the, down the road or anything like that.
Yeah, we didn't look in the neighbor's yard.
Okay. And just based also on impact of what that projectile is coming in contact with, it might also affect the ability to recover it in its whole form. Would that be a fair statement?
Correct.
And as you're going through, you were also mentioned something just about the timeline of this event, so I just want to clarify because when we're talking about 2 o'clock, you were photographing Officer Gibson at around 2 o'clock, correct?
Yes,
And then it was about 4 o'clock, about 2 hours later, when you started your photographs of the exterior, your overalls of the house. Is that correct?
after the search warrant, yes.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
All right, thank you. You can step down.
All right.
The state may call your next witness.
State calls Detective Austin Hill.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
All right, when you're ready, Detective, do we spell your name like we think it sounds?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect, thank you. Whenever you're ready, you may proceed, Mr. Harmon.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what you do for a living, sir?
Yes, I'm a homicide detective with the Tampa Police Department.
How long have you worked for TPD?
19 years.
And where are you currently assigned?
The homicide squad.
How long have you been in the homicide squad?
Since January of 2017.
Prior to that, what did you do at TPD?
Prior to that, I was a district detective, working primarily theft cases, burglaries, and some minor violent crimes.
And prior to that,
I was a patrol officer.
patrol officer. You have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a patrol officer and a detective at the Haines City Police Department.
And before that, did you attend a police academy?
Yes, I did.
Do you attend and complete annual and periodic training?
Yes.
Do you do that to maintain your certification as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I do.
Now, you've worked in the homicide unit for almost a decade.
That's correct.
Currently, how many detectives are there in the unit?
There are 11, including one cold case detective.
Back in January of '24, how many detectives approximately?
I think there were 13 in 2024.
And at that time, was there a supervisor, possibly a detective sergeant?
Yes.
Was there more than one at that time?
Yes.
And was the unit divided into two separate squads?
It was informally divided.
Now, in the homicide unit, when a homicide occurs, and I'm assuming supervisors are contacted initially,
Yes,
and then they will dispatch detectives to that scene?
that's correct.
Do supervisors frequently go to the scenes?
Yes, they do.
When they arrive at the scene, do they, or en route, will they summons the detectives that they wish to come to the scene?
There's a rotation, so typically it's known ahead of time who the lead detective will be. Often some of the other assisting roles will have been predetermined. So they're not making the decision on the fly, but yes, they're going to call the detectives that are intended to come out and work that case.
Okay. So the entire 13 detective unit's not going to respond to every homicide?
That's correct.
Now, if you have a homicide that involves multiple crime scenes or an evidence-intensive crime scene, may the sergeant call out additional detectives?
Yes, our current standard is a minimum of 4 detectives will respond to a basic homicide, and if it's more complicated with multiple scenes or multiple people to be interviewed, they'll just continue calling additional detectives on top of that.
So let's take a standard homicide, and sergeant responds,
Yes.
and 4 detectives, whoever's on that rotation.
So typically, it'll be 3 detectives will respond to the scene, and a 4th will be dispatched to the hospital if applicable, which is often the case.
Okay. So that's in a situation where someone has been injured, possibly near fatal, not quite fatal yet, and they've been transported for treatment, but there's strong suspicion they're not going to make it.
It could be that case. It could be additional injured victims. There are different circumstances,
Okay.
but there's very frequently there's a hospital visit involved.
So we had that in this case, correct, where we had
Yes.
additional victims in addition to a deceased victim?
Yes, we did.
And in this case, was there a detective dispatched to the Tampa General Hospital?
Yes.
And was that Detective Taylor Klein?
Yes, it was.
And did he conduct interviews of Michaela Banks and Norma Banks?
Yes, he did.
Now, that assignment, assigning a detective to go to the hospital, are there multiple assignments that are made by the detective sergeant in a homicide case?
Yes.
And is lead detective one of them?
Yes, it is.
Scene detective,
Yes.
okay? Assisting detective.
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that the detectives that are summoned to a homicide scene are going to work as a team in
Yes.
that case?
Yes, it would.
Now, the detectives that are in the unit, the remaining detectives that may not have been dispatched, may they also become involved at later times?
Sometimes they get involved right away. They might be doing things that are easily done from a computer or the desk, making phone calls, email subpoenas, preservation letters, things like that.
Preparing search warrants?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that the homicide unit acts and works as a team?
Yes.
And during investigations where you're not able to initially identify a suspect and you're working a case continuously, will you bounce things off other detectives? Will you have conferences where you discuss cases? And
Yes, we
that?
do.
Okay. Now, in this case, January 17th of '24, did a sergeant summons you to a homicide scene on that date in the afternoon?
Yes.
And who was the sergeant?
Sergeant Lippold was the acting sergeant at that time.
Sergeant Lippold?
Yes.
Okay. And did you in fact respond to a scene at 10,006 North 23rd Street in Tampa?
Yes, I did.
And when you arrived there, well, first of all, do you recall approximately when you arrived?
It would have been early afternoon.
Early afternoon?
Yes.
All right. And you were aware later, or you found out later, this incident occurred sometime around 12:40, around
Yes.
that time approximately? Okay. So when you arrive, is there already a crime scene established?
Yes, the crime scene had fully been established prior to me getting there.
And it's marked off by crime scene tape?
Yes.
Were there crime scene investigators on scene?
I believe that they were on scene or they were en route close by.
Were there other supervisors other than your sergeant there?
Yes.
And because there was an officer-involved component to this case, did a unit within the Tampa Police Department dispatch a detective, I believe it's called Professional Standards?
Yes, professional standards, commonly known as IA.
Okay. And were there other homicide detectives when you arrived or shortly thereafter?
Yes.
Now, at some point when you arrive, are you given an assignment in this case?
My assignment was known up front because of our rotation for lead detectives. I was aware as soon as a homicide occurred that I was going to be the lead.
So you knew the next homicide up, you were going to be lead?
Correct.
Okay. So you arrive, you're the lead. There's an officer-involved component to this case. Do you deal with that initially?
Yes.
And do other detectives deal with the crime scene itself?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that Detective McGill and Detective Tamargo?
Yes.
And they are assigned by your sergeant to work with the crime scene investigators, in this case Nunez Martinez, to process the scene and collect evidence.
That's correct.
Now, let's talk about the officer-involved shooting. That involved Officer Darren Gibson,
Yes,
and he is a street anti-crimes officer.
that's correct.
Did you, well, let me rephrase. Going back in your 10 years in homicide, have you conducted officer-involved shootings in the past?
Yes.
And is that a duty that is part of your assignment as a homicide detective?
It was part of our duty. The homicide squad investigated officer-involved shootings of all sorts when I was first assigned to the squad. Within the past 5 years or so, we have now offloaded any shooting that involves someone being struck by an officer to FDLE.
To FDLE?
Yes.
All right. And that's the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Correct.
And that's through a memorandum of agreement with that agency?
Yes.
But if someone is not struck, which is what occurred in this case,
Yes.
then your homicide unit would investigate that officer's conduct.
Correct. Well, we would investigate the criminal side of
Right.
whether or not they were within their rights to shoot, and then professional standards would investigate the policy side.
Policy side.
Yes.
So you're investigating the legality or lawfulness of Officer Gibson's actions and shooting at somebody.
Correct.
Professional standards is determining whether they violated any kind of internal policies,
That's correct.
which would be things like standard operating procedures, those types of things.
Yes.
In furtherance of that investigation, did you ask Officer Gibson to participate in what's called a walkthrough?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what a walkthrough is?
Sure. So a walkthrough is an informal, brief interview where we're trying to find out where everyone was that was involved in the shooting. So we'll have them actually walk through the areas of the scene, where they were, where the shots occurred, and, where they went immediately afterwards.
And is that an optional event? You're asking him if he will participate?
That's correct. It's all optional. We're conducting the criminal side, so we can't compel an officer to make a statement any more than we can compel anyone else to make a statement.
Okay.
It's a different standard for IA, but that would be a separate thing.
Did Officer Gibson agree to do a walkthrough?
Yes, he did.
Was the walkthrough audio recorded?
I believe it was.
And did he agree to show you where he was standing and how the shooting unfolded?
Yes, he did.
Now, during that process, did you have crime scene investigators take photographs of him?
Yes.
So let me ask, or walk through something that when you did conduct these routinely, is that something you would routinely ask the officer to do?
Yes.
And the officer is provided with a union representative, a police benevolent association representative?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And Officer Gibson, you said participated. Let me show you states F1. Is that a photograph taken of the front of Officer Gibson as he appeared that day, the front of his uniform?
Yes, it is.
And states F2 from the side,
Yes.
F3 from the back.
Yes.
And were you attempting here to document how he appeared in his dress that day?
That's correct.
And F4, the left side.
Yes.
Was Officer Gibson asked, as you said earlier, at states F5 to stand in a position near where he was when he initially encountered the person he fired at?
Yes, he was.
Have you had an opportunity to review his body-worn camera?
Yes.
And is it your understanding and your, from what you've seen of that video, that he's moving when he's shooting
Yes.
and moving to the south through the neighbor's yard?
Yes, that's my recollection.
States F6, is that a photograph of Officer Gibson showing you where he was standing when he initiated or drew his, or had his rifle?
Yes, when he first observed the defendant.
States F7 were photographs taken of the weapon that was utilized, the duty-issued rifle?
The officer's weapon, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the duty-issued rifles at Tampa Police Department?
I actually don't have familiarity with the ones that they issue, but I am familiar with AR-15s in general.
Okay. And are you familiar with Sig Sauer manufactured AR rifles?
I don't have personal experience with them because I don't have an issued rifle from the department, but it's a pretty standard AR-15.
And there are several different companies that make AR-15 platform rifles?
Dozens at least, yes.
Okay. Now, was part of the investigation, states F11, a count of the remaining ammunition that was both in the magazine and including the round in the chamber?
Yes.
And how many rounds were in Officer Gibson's rifle?
In total, including the one in the chamber, there were 26 rounds.
And what was the standard duty loading from Tampa Police Department? What is the standard procedure for the rifle loadings?
For a rifle and a 30-round magazine, we load to 28.
Okay. And during the investigation, especially after Officer Gibson showed you where he was standing, states F5, when he started shooting, were crime scene investigators and detectives searching in this area for
Yes.
potential shell casings?
Yes, they were.
And were 2 shell casings located?
Yes.
And were those Remington 223 caliber shell
Yes, they were.
casings? Now, the ammunition that we see in states F11, is that standard issued ammunition issued by the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, it is.
Is that Spear, I believe, Gold Dot, Remington 223?
Yes.
After the walkthrough of Officer Gibson, did you conduct a walkthrough with officers that were potential witnesses to that shooting?
Yes.
And did that include Officer Brecha and Officer Pearson?
Yes, it did.
And later, were Officer Brecha and Officer Gibson interviewed at the Tampa Police Department about the actual shooting that Officer Gibson was involved in?
Yes, they were.
And was Officer Gibson asked to give an interview to you at the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
Did he agree to do so?
Yes, he did.
And at some point, did you present your findings in this case to another agency?
Yes, I presented a presentation of the facts regarding the officer-involved shooting to a committee at the state attorney's office.
All these things that you did, interviewing officers who were witnesses, interviewing the shooting officer, doing the walkthrough, presenting this case to the state attorney's office, are those all standard procedures in officer-involved shooting cases that your division or your squad conduct?
Yes.
Was Officer Gibson charged with anything?
No, he was not.
Did you have an occasion that evening or that day to speak with and confer with the other detectives involved in this case as to their findings, both Detective Klein and the detectives at the scene?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to review body-worn camera and crime scene photos in this case?
Yes, I did.
Thank you, appreciate it. Detective, I'm going to show you, it's been marked as States D, a still shot of Officer Pearson's body-worn camera during this incident. You see the date and timestamp on the top of the body-worn camera?
Yes, I do.
First of all, let me ask you, in your career, since the issuance of the Axon body camera system at Tampa Police Department, have you reviewed body-worn camera video?
Hundreds at least.
Okay, and so would that include probably hundreds of hours of body-worn camera?
I think that's very fair to estimate, yes.
Can you go through with us on the top of that photograph, the date, timestamps, and what they mean?
Sure, so the beginning at the top left starts with the year, 2024, 117 month and day, 12:47:54 would be the time. The -5 would be the time behind the UTC time. And then the Axon Body 4 being the model of the camera, and I believe that is the serial number for that specific camera.
So that -5 is behind Coordinated Universal Time?
Yes,
That's the old Greenwich Mean Time?
correct.
That's a standardized time out of, I believe it's through a time zone in England.
Yes.
That is utilized in aviation, military, and similar
That's correct.
as a standard, all right. But the time we're seeing on there, 12:47:54, that was, at that time, Eastern Standard Time?
Yes,
And are the body-worn cameras regulated to Eastern Standard Time and then in daylight savings time to Eastern Daylight Time?
yes,
But this was January, so Eastern Standard Time.
correct.
So your investigation, it revealed that the events of this case all occurred sometime between 12:30 and 1 p.m.?
Yes,
Now, January of the year here in Florida, the sun sets generally around 5:30?
that sounds about right.
Somewhere
Around 6
there?
o'clock.
Yep. And is there a difference in the angle of the sun and the sunlight at 12:40 versus, say, 4 o'clock or past?
Yes,
All right. States K1, in these photographs that were taken hours later, apparently through testimony by crime scene, can you see a difference in the shadows, difference in the amount of daylight?
yes, I can.
Now, in your review of the scene in this case, and through your investigation, did you determine that the firearm utilized was a muzzle-loading black powder weapon?
Yes,
Okay. And are you generally familiar with those, what they are and how they load?
I am generally familiar with them, yes.
Okay, all right. Now, in this case, this muzzle-loading revolver has a certain way that it's loaded where powder goes in, possibly a wadding goes over the powder and then a ball. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. But it's not totally dissimilar from a musket that someone may have seen in maybe some kind of a pop or a movie or a TV or maybe right about in history where you're pouring black powder down the tip of the muzzle of the barrel.
similar process, yes.
Yeah, instead of going down the muzzle of the barrel, it's going into the chambers of a revolver.
Into the cylinders, yes,
Right.
or into the cylinder.
But even with a muzzle, the person is still using a rod to jam the bullet down into the powder.
Correct.
Okay. This case, there's a device underneath the barrel that acts that way and does that?
There's a lever underneath the barrel that you can sort of fold, and it will press the ball into the cylinder.
And the projectiles that were being utilized during this incident are round 44 caliber balls?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs. K298, previously identified as a bullet hole in the bathroom door of the residence. States 299, same photograph, or a more close-up photograph. States K302, a similar style hole near the door handle and locking mechanism of the same door. States K308, a hole in the wall of that bathroom in the crime scene. States K309, just a close-up of that. States K310, just a more close-up. Same hole in the wall. States K164, which has been identified as a impact to the rear door of the residence, which would be on the southwest side of the residence. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
States K187, and do you recognize this as depicting the backyard of the residence?
Yes, I do.
Through that back door,
Yes.
and a structure behind the residence?
Yes.
States K188, kind of hard to see, but there's a little dot there. You familiar with a impact documented in this area of that cottage or shed in the backyard?
Yes.
States K191. K193, just a close-up of that impact. May I have one moment, Judge?
Sure.
States K67, were you aware through your review of this case and investigation that there was an impact to the wall in the dining room of the residence right near this threshold leading into the south room?
Yes.
States K116, a close-up of that. And last, states K83, from the cabinetry inside the kitchen. Did you see that photograph
Yes, I did.
and that documented impact?
Yes.
These impacts, do they appear to have a similar appearance, shape, and size?
Yes, they do.
And Detective Art, in your work as a homicide detective, and also based on other experience that I'll talk to you about in a minute here, have you seen multiple impacts through multiple different types of mediums, such as drywall, glass, sheet metal, such as on a motor vehicle, wood, different types of plastics, things like that?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar generally with different types of bullet marks that are left?
Yes, I am.
Now, those all appear to be the same size and shape, you said?
Yes.
Do they appear to be consistent with being caused by the black powder muzzle loading revolver in this case?
Objection to improper opinion and speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Do they appear to be consistent with especially the lead balls that are utilized in that firearm?
Yes, they do.
States K26, are you familiar with this portion of the residence?
Yes, it's the south side yard.
And are you familiar with that area there? That
Yes, I am.
fence?
It's chain link fence with a privacy, like a woven privacy screen.
Is there a chain link fence that then extends from that into, along the border of the backyard?
Yes, and a wooden fence as well.
Okay. So it appears there's a chain link fence on the side of the crime scene residence and maybe a wooden fence on the other property line?
Yes.
But that, does that appear to you to be a property line divider?
It does appear to be the property line.
States K27, in that privacy mesh or material that's over that chain link fence, did you become aware of two impacts that were documented?
Yes.
States K28, states K29, states K30. Now, this mark in there, does that appear to also be consistent with being caused by that type of lead ball, the 44 caliber ball?
Objection to speculation and improper opinion.
Overruled.
It does appear to be consistent, yes.
Does that appear, the size and shape of that, to being consistent with being caused by a 223 Remington round?
It appears to be too large of a hole to be caused by a 22 caliber round.
Now, you said you were familiar with AR-15s.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Remington 223 5.56 round?
Yes.
That round has a diameter, a 22 caliber diameter.
Yes, that's why it's named the .223. It's 223 hundredths of an inch.
So it would have the same diameter as far as the width of the projectile as a 22 long rifle.
Essentially, yes.
And would that be considered to be a small caliber?
Yes, it'd be less than a quarter of an inch. If it were to create a hole traveling through something, it would be less than a quarter of an inch.
The 44 caliber, is that a bigger or smaller caliber than a
It's
22?
significantly larger. It'd be 44 hundredths of an inch, so almost a half an inch as opposed to under a quarter.
So another commonly chambered round, the one in your duty issue firearms, 9mm. Would the 44 caliber be a bigger chamber or a bigger chambering or a bigger diameter than 9mm?
Yes, it would.
States K31 documenting the lower impact to the privacy fence and a close-up of that K33. Does that also appear to be consistent with the impact we just looked at that's further up on the privacy screen?
Yes, it does.
Does this appear to be consistent with being caused by a 223 Remington rifle round?
No, it does not.
Objection to improper opinion.
Overruled.
Going back to the AR-15 rifle, the 223 5.56 round you said has a small diameter, right?
Yes, less than a quarter of an inch.
But is the loading behind it versus, say, a 22 long rifle, is it a much bigger powder load?
It is a significantly larger cartridge than a 22.
And is the projectile in a 223 Remington, such as the one that Officer Gibson is using, is it traveling at a very high rate of speed?
Yes, it is.
And is that measured in muzzle velocity,
Yes, in feet per
typically
second.
with ammunition manufacturers?
Yes.
So with a 223 5.56, is that normally the muzzle velocity somewhere in excess of 2,000 feet per second?
Yes.
Objection to improper opinion.
Overruled.
And Detective Hill, are you familiar with the loadings of the 5.56 223 Remington?
I am familiar with several different versions of them, yes.
And are you familiar with the type of damage they cause when they hit medium, such as wood or plastic?
Yes,
Have you seen that over your career?
I have,
Have
yes.
you seen that on your own personal time shooting AR-15 rifles?
Yes, I have.
And were you made aware that is the crime scene diagram over there? Let me ask you first of all. You're familiar with the crime scene diagram that Detective Tamargo prepared in this case?
Yes,
And this is State C1. So this area here would be the fence that we're talking about, we were just talking about.
yes,
To the east of that, and then at a south-north orientation, were you aware that there was a PVC or polyvinyl chloride or vinyl white fence?
yes,
And that would have been in the neighbor's yard, correct?
correct.
All right. And that became part of the body-worn camera in Officer Pearson's situation where he was climbing up to look over that?
That's correct.
Were you aware that behind this shrubbery, there were impacts to that vinyl fence?
I was made aware of that later, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states K57. Now, in this instance, and we did in the other two, but we have would you agree with me that that is a metric system measurement below that hole?
Yes,
Okay, and using that as a guide, does this appear to be consistent with a 223 Remington?
it appears to be much closer to a 223 Remington, certainly smaller than 1/4 of an inch.
Now, K59 shows another impact just below that, about 3 feet below it, 2 feet. States K55 shows the position of these two impacts in reference to these plants that have limbs sticking up. Have you seen impacts like this consistent with a 223 or 5.56 round?
I have seen impacts from the bullet yawing or turning. Keyholing is what it's commonly referred to as. If the bullet itself is not traveling perfectly straight, if it strikes something or if there's some other issue, could result in it going through something sideways.
Okay. And if it hits an intermediate barrier, even slightly at an excess of 2,000 feet per second, can that cause the bullet to start to yaw or to move sideways?
It can, yes.
That shape, is it consistent with the projectile in a 223 or a 5.56?
Objection to improper.
Let me have the parties up at the bench. break. I'm gonna ask all of you to be back in here at about 1:15. Thank you. Don't forget to wear your juror badges and all my admonitions.
Here's excellent.
All right, the jurors have left the courtroom. Detective, we're on a lunch break. That means you're on a lunch break too. All right, just do me a favor, understand your witness in the middle of your testimony. In addition to that, the rule of sequestration has been invoked. But as far as being a witness in the middle of your testimony, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody. Obviously, you can have other conversations, just not about this case. All right, if you could be back at about 1:10 so that we can put you on the stand before we bring in the jury. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna ask the parties to stay put. All right, the witness has left the courtroom and is on lunch recess. All right, Mr. Harmon, in
I'll look at it. Yeah. I just want to see how they worded the charge.
I hope everybody had a great lunch. Mr. Harmon, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, I think when we left off, I was talking to you about this photograph, K-59, which is the lower of the two impacts to the PVC fence.
Correct.
And you were telling us that this shape is consistent with a bullet that is yawing or turning sideways.
Yes, it could be consistent with that.
From a 223.
Yes.
And were you aware that the fence, the wooden fence, that would have been the wooden fence that is part of the property line division between the two houses? So you have the chain link fence on the bank side of the property line and the wood fence on the other.
Yes.
That there were impacts to that wooden fence.
Yes, I was informed of that.
And were you, in looking at them, did they appear to be consistent in height off of the ground to being caused by the same projectiles causing the holes in the PVC?
They did.
So publishing states K35. First, I'll zoom out so we can now see the chain link fence extending from the privacy blind or mesh, and then the wooden slatted fence on the other side.
Correct.
At these two evidence markers and measurements, do you see damage to the wood?
Yes, I do.
And in addition to being the same height as the holes in the PVC, do they appear to be the same distance that the two holes in the PVC fence are apart?
Approximately the same, yes.
States K34, damage without markers. We'll look at the one that's near the bottom of the fence first, K36, a close-up of that damage. And looking at that, have you seen similar damage to wood or other medium from 223-556 or high-powered rifle?
I have seen similar damage, but that may be the top one. Is that the top or the bottom? Oh.
I believe it's the bottom. Well, maybe it is the top. Let me look real quick. I believe if you look at that, it is going to be the top one, yeah, because it's just below the pole on the top of the chain link and right above this area here.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And that was states K36. And looking at the other damage lower on the fence, states K38. I would ask you the same question. Have you seen damage like that before caused by a high-powered rifle round?
Yes, I have.
Does that appear to be consistent with being caused by a high-powered rifle round?
It could certainly be damage caused by a high-power rifle round, yes.
So going back to January 17th of 2024, later in the day, back at the Tampa Police Department, did you come into contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And was that in the homicide unit or near the homicide unit at the Tampa Police Department?
It would have been a holding cell that is adjacent to our squad office.
Showing you what's been marked as P-1. Do you recognize that area and the people standing in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
First of all, who is this person?
That's Detective Klein.
And is that the detective that traveled to the Tampa General Hospital to do the interviews of Norma and Michaela Banks?
Yes.
Okay, and who is this individual?
Brandon Lamb.
And is he a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
And in this photo, is he taking a photo of the defendant in this case?
Yes.
And this area here, what is this metal?
That is the holding cell.
Okay. Now, right outside of that threshold, is that a hallway?
Yes.
And on the other side of the wall of that hallway, is that where the homicide section or unit is housed?
Yes.
And this part of the building of the Tampa Police Department, is this like an office space?
Yes.
States P2 and P3. Do you recognize the person in these photographs?
Yes, it's the person I interviewed, Michael Banks.
Is that the way he appeared that day?
Yes.
As far as the interview goes, did you at some point make contact with him and ask him to accompany you somewhere?
Yes.
Where did he accompany you to?
The first picture that you showed, if you were to turn to your right from the photographer's point of view,
Okay.
there are 2 interview rooms that are right next door to that.
So in states P1, if you go to the right, exiting that threshold into the hallway?
If you look to the very right of the picture, you'll see the doorway that I'm talking about. If you go through that doorway,
This one here?
yes,
Okay.
directly across from that doorway, there's another door, and that's one of the interview rooms, which would have been the one that we used.
Can you describe the interview rooms?
They're very small. There's a desk. There's usually 3 chairs in there. It's plain white drywall with a few acoustic tiles on the walls that don't help much for soundproofing.
Is that an office space that has central air conditioning and heating?
Yes.
And did you speak with the defendant about providing you an interview?
Yes.
And in furtherance of that, did you convey to the defendant in some way his constitutional Miranda rights?
Yes, I did.
How did you go about doing that?
We have a multi-purpose form. It's a TPD 310 is the form number, and the top section is the Miranda warning.
Okay. So, publishing states Q, is this that form?
Yes, it is.
So this is a standard form utilized in the city of Tampa?
Yes, it is.
Police Department? And you said it's a multi-use form?
Yes, it is.
So on the top, we have consent to be interviewed concerning an offense, and you have written in here homicide.
Correct.
And then right below that is a consent to search, waiver of search warrant.
Yes.
Below that is a consent to search, waiver of search warrant for oral swab, DNA.
Correct.
There's a sworn statement acknowledgement, complaint withdrawal affidavit, and a release of responsibility form.
And a missing persons
And a missing
affidavit.
person's juvenile that has been inadvertently a piece of, or a marking has been placed there. Is this the actual form that you utilized that day?
It is a copy of the actual form, yes.
The city of Tampa, when you conduct an investigation like you did in this case, is there a report number assigned to your investigation?
Yes.
Is that the report number?
Yes, it is.
And what do we have over here?
That's the date?
And you're utilizing the consent to be interviewed form?
Correct.
Section, excuse me.
That's correct.
All right. You've written the offense. You've checked off that you're using that section, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, here it says MB. What is that?
Those are Mr. Banks' initials.
And did you ask him to initial?
I asked him if he was willing to consent if he would, and he did.
Can you explain to the jury how you went about conveying what's contained in that section to the defendant? And how you filled out the form?
I always read the Miranda portion in its entirety. Sometimes I will ask additional questions to ensure that the defendant understands their rights, or I'll ask them questions when I get to the portion about you have the right to consult with an attorney. I'll make sure that they know what an attorney is, and if they can put it in a different, form and say lawyer or representative or something along that line. Once I complete it, I'll ask them if they're willing to initial it, and then to print and sign at the bottom.
Now, the defendant in this case, did he speak English?
Yes.
Any problem speaking English that you could tell?
No.
And did he speak English with an American accent?
Yes.
Did it appear to be his native language?
It seemed to be yes.
Be fair to say he was fluent in English.
Yes.
Now, at the bottom, after you read the rights that are contained in that box, you wrote it reads I, and then in a blank space, you see the word Michael Banks. Did you place his name there?
Yes, that's my handwriting.
Okay. And then it indicates, have had these rights read to me, I understand them, and I'm willing to talk at this time. No threats or promises of any kind have been made to coerce me to make a statement. Did you read that to him or have him read that?
I don't have my exact recollection of exactly what I read, but that is my standard practice, is to read that line out loud to them to make sure that they understand that.
And did you make sure he agreed with that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make any promises to him, any threats, anything to coerce him or anything like that?
I did not.
And did he agree to be interviewed?
Yes, he did.
Now, at the bottom of the form, we see a space where it says print name, Michael Banks. Did you write that there, or did he?
He wrote that.
Okay. And did you ask him to do that?
Yes, I explained the instructions that that line was for his printed name, and the next one to the right was for his signature.
And did he sign?
Yes,
So this is his signature by the X,
correct.
and then it's dated, and your name is at the bottom with your badge number.
Correct.
And this is a TPD 310 form. Is
Yes.
that correct? To begin the interview with the defendant, did the defendant make a statement to you concerning shooting people?
Yes, he did.
And did he say shot people?
When I asked him if he understood why we wanted to talk to him, he said because he shot people.
Did the defendant make a statement to you concerning that he was in the house that day doing chores?
Yes, he did.
And that he had heard his mother talking about something?
Yes, he did.
And was that concerning the subject of her leaving?
Specifically his daughter leaving, yes.
And did he in fact tell you that he heard his mother and Michaela Banks?
Don't lead, Mr.
Okay.
Herman.
Did he tell you whether he heard someone other than his mother making that statement too about leaving?
Yes, he did. He referred to Josephine Fuentes.
Okay. And did he tell you what he did after hearing those statements?
Yes, he did. He said that he went and loaded his revolver.
So he told you the gun was unloaded and he loaded it?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you how long it took him to load the gun?
He explained that it took a few minutes to load.
And in fact, did you walk through with him and have him describe to you the loading process?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what his explanation was to you of how he loaded the gun?
Yes, so Mr. Banks explained that with this black powder revolver, that he had to measure out the gunpowder. He had a measuring device. He measured out 25 grains of gunpowder. Each cylinder has to be filled with the correct amount of gunpowder. Following that, he placed a lead ball, 44 caliber lead ball, into the cylinder. He used the device that we discussed earlier that's built into the revolver. It's a lever that can press that ball down and compress it into the cylinder. Then after that, you have to place caps, percussion caps on each of the cylinders on the opposite side, so that that is what ignites the powder and causes the projectile to go out of the barrel.
Now, did you allow him to tell you that?
Yes.
Were you aware of that similar loading process?
I was vaguely aware of the process, but I didn't know it in detail until he explained it to me.
I'm going to show you some photographs. States K123. States K124. Have you seen photographs of the firearm that was recovered in this case?
Yes, I have.
States K126, were you aware that when the firearm was recovered, that there were still 3 loaded chambers out of the 6?
I was made aware of that, yes.
States K123, in reviewing this evidence as well as other evidence to include containers containing percussion caps, did you review the percussion caps that were recovered from the firearm as it was recovered?
Yes.
Did it appear there were percussion caps that had been fired?
There were 3 percussion caps that were missing the centers, indicating that they had been fired, and 3 that were intact.
And this is one of the ones that was intact?
That's correct.
Was there anything about his description of how to load the revolver that you found to be amiss or wrong?
No.
Now, you indicated that he said he would measure out 25 grains. So I'm going to show you states K325. It's a close-up of an item that is seen in states K324. Were you aware that this was recovered in one of the back bedrooms?
Yes, I was.
On top of the bed?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, this device is laying next to these lead balls, and also next to a container. And what are those items in that Altoids container?
Those are the percussion caps.
This device, did it appear to have an ability to set an amount to be contained inside of it?
Yes, it did.
And do we see numbers here on this side of the device?
Yes.
And is that the number 20 above my finger?
Yes.
So that would be right here?
Yes, correct.
All right. And it's not quite to 30, so it's somewhere in this area here?
That's correct.
Between 20 and 30?
The next number is likely 25 because it looks like it's in increments of 5.
Oh, it is. Oh, you're right. You're correct. All right. So it's right at 25.
Yes.
Okay. Would that be consistent with what he told you?
Yes.
Now, you've talked a little bit about your firearm experience as a law enforcement officer. Do you have extensive firearm experience in your personal life?
I do.
Were you a former member of the police pistol team at Tampa Police Department, a competitive team?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the measure of weight known as a grain?
Yes, I am.
Is that something that's commonly used in the manufacture of ammunition and also in the manufacture of gunpowder?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury just briefly what a grain is?
Sure. So a grain is an old standard measurement, similar to pounds as opposed to metric measurements. I believe there are 7,000 grains in a pound, so it's a very, very small amount of weight. There's approximately 15 grains in each gram. And the reason they're using grains is because there are very subtle differences in the amount of gunpowder, where a gram would be significantly more if that was the standard that they were using. So it's just a very tiny weight measurement.
And that is still a standard measurement today in modern manufacture of modern ammunition.
It is. It's the weight typically for projectiles. If you're looking at a bullet, the projectiles come in different weights, and it's I've never seen it not in grains.
Did the defendant tell you the caliber of the lead projectiles he was utilizing on the day of this event?
Yes, he did. 44 caliber.
And did he tell you who he shot first?
Yes, he did.
And who was that?
Miss Muentes.
Did he tell you where he shot her?
He said he shot her in the head.
And did you ask him his intent or why?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He said, I guess I was trying to kill everybody.
As far as Josephine Muentes, well, let me move on. I'll come back to that. Did he tell you who he shot second?
Yes, he said he shot at his mother second.
Did he tell you where he was aiming?
Yes, he said he was aiming anywhere from her chest to her head.
Did he tell you where she was when he shot at her?
Initially in the kitchen.
And did he tell you anything or any statements concerning what he did when she was attempting to flee or leave?
He continued shooting at her.
Did he tell you that he then directed his attention to a different part of the house?
Yes,
And where was that?
the bathroom.
And did he make a statement to you about someone being in the bathroom?
Yes, he did.
And who did he tell you that he knew was in the bathroom?
His daughter, Michaela Banks.
Did he tell you whether he fired around into any portion of the door of the bathroom?
Yes, he described shooting in the area of the door handle near the locking mechanism.
Okay. And did he tell you whether he was able to push the door open or get into the bathroom?
He said he was able to get the door open.
And did he indicate that he shot at her at some point?
Yes, he did.
And as far as Miss Michaela Banks, did he say whether she was able to get past him or get away from him?
She did run past him and get away and out of the house.
That was his statement to you?
That's my recollection, yes.
And did he make a statement to you at that time concerning reloading the firearm?
He, the way that he described it was that he shot 2 rounds, and with some additional questioning, we were able to confirm when he referred to rounds, he was referring to an entire cylinder. And so he described actually loading the gun initially, and then reloading the gun 2 more times.
So reloading initially and then 2 more times loading it.
Loading initially and then reloading twice.
Did he indicate to you that after reloading, after Michaela had ran past him, whether he heard noises from outside?
Yes, he said he heard voices outside.
And did he indicate to you that he exited the residence?
Yes, he did, out the back door.
And was there any issue, I mean, did he told you the back door of the residence?
Correct.
And after he told you he had exited the back door, did he describe to you an event that occurred where you heard someone yelling at him?
Yes, he said that he was able to see a police officer yelling at him, that he ducked back into the house, and then he exited a second time.
Did he tell you what that officer was telling him or yelling at him?
I believe he was telling him to put down the gun. I don't remember the exact words that Mr. Banks used to describe that.
May I have one moment, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Sure, not a problem.
We'll come back to that. After that officer yelled at him, did he tell you what he did at that point?
He went back into the house. He said he popped out a second time. And at that time, he saw the officer standing in the front yard and he shot at him.
Okay. Now, did he tell you he saw him from the backyard?
Yes, he did.
And did he use the term, "I shot a cop"?
He shot at a cop, yes.
Shot at a cop, excuse
Yes.
me. All right. Did he reference anything concerning the edge of the neighbor's yard next door?
He described the officer's position as being essentially on the property line in the front yard between the property for his residence and then the residence just south of his.
And did he make a statement to you, or did he describe to you seeing the officer through something in front of him?
He saw him through the privacy screen that we saw in the photo over the chain link fence.
Okay, and that's what he told you?
He said he could see the officer in the front yard. I don't remember specifically if he said through the privacy screen, but he would have had to based on where he was and where the officer was.
And did he indicate whether, well, he told you he shot at him, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did he tell you how many times?
He shot twice.
And did he tell you whether he knew if he hit him or not?
When I asked him, he said he wasn't sure if he hit him, but he's a pretty straight shooter or pretty straight shot, but he wasn't sure.
And did he indicate to you whether he went back inside of the house at that point?
Yes, he went back into the house after that.
Once he was inside of the house, you were aware in your investigation there were several officers to the front of the house?
Yes.
They were in positions. Did he indicate whether he saw them or not?
He said that he heard them and he wasn't exactly sure where they were in the front of the house.
And did he indicate to you whether he fired towards them or through the front of the house?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you about that?
He said that he fired out the front of the house in their general direction, but he didn't have a specific target between the officers that he understood to be out front. He just fired in their direction.
Did the defendant make any statement to you concerning his emotional or his feelings when Michaela, his daughter, rejected his offers to her of a relationship?
He eventually said that he was angry and that he was tired of spending money on her, wasting his money, as he put it. But he did eventually in the interview express that he was angry about it.
And he did tell you that he did make romantic overtures towards his daughter?
Yes, he did.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. May I approach the witness? And I'm looking at page 66 of 142.
You may.
Second paragraph. So I was asking you earlier about the defendant's statements about the first time he went into the backyard of the house and seeing an officer, and the officer yelling something at him, and you indicated you weren't sure. So I'm just going to ask you if you could refresh your memory by reading that. Just let me know when you're finished reading.
Okay.
Okay, does that refresh your memory
Yes.
of what he told you?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that, what the officer said to him?
The officer told him to put his hands up.
Also, if I can approach Judge real quick.
Sure.
As far as what he told you or how he was seeing the officer that he ended up shooting at, if you could read that line of your report, just let me know when you're done reading it, if it refreshes your memory.
Yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you as far as whether he was looking through something when he saw that officer?
He said that he could see him through the chain link fence. He didn't reference the privacy screen, but he said he could see him through the chain link fence.
Now, as far as the firearm itself, did the defendant indicate to you that firearm that was recovered in the scene, that he had talked to you about loading and how he loaded it?
Yes.
Did he describe to you whether he owned it or not?
He did. He said he had owned it for about a year.
Okay. Did he tell you where he purchased it?
He ordered it from a website called Midway, or Midway USA.
Okay. And are you familiar with that business?
I am.
And is that a retail sporting goods firearms business?
Yes, it is, primarily online.
And did he describe the firearm for you?
He described it as a Colt Navy replica.
And did he talk to you about the requirement of using percussion caps?
He did, yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you about that?
That you had to place the percussion caps on the opposite side of the cylinder from the ball in order for it to fire.
So we were looking at states K-126 earlier, Detective, so I'm going to show you the opposite side of the carriage. States 125. These little protrusions, are those also commonly called nipples?
Yes, they are.
And is that where the percussion cap goes?
Yes,
And that would be on the opposite side of where the powder and the bullet is being placed into the carriage?
correct.
Now, on a modern encased cartridge ammunition, is there a section of that known as a primer?
Yes,
Does this act in a similar fashion as a primer?
yes, it does.
When the percussion cap is struck by the hammer of the firearm, does it cause some kind of reaction with the percussion cap?
Yes, it causes a spark that will ignite the gunpowder on the other side of the nipple.
And is there a passage or a hole or a tube between that nipple and the chamber where the gunpowder is?
Yes,
Detective, this firearm, in its entirety in 123, is that firearm designed to propel a projectile under the force of an explosive?
yes.
As far as loading this gun, in his descriptions to you and in your research, is this device underneath the barrel, is that some type of a cocking device that is utilized?
That's the lever that I was describing. When you pull it down, it's going to press the ball into the cylinder.
So this rod here is pushed down into the cylinder to push the ball down into the chamber?
That's correct.
And is that something that the person who's loading it would have to do for each of the 6 chambers?
That's correct.
And then it rotates?
Yes.
This firearm, is this a single or is it a double action trigger system?
It's a single action firearm.
So what does that mean, single action?
So single action means that the gun, when you pull the trigger, it does one thing, and that is release the hammer. So you have to manually cock the hammer, and then the trigger can only do one thing, which is release it. A double action would mean that the trigger both cocks and releases the hammer.
So if you fire this gun, to fire it a second time, excuse me, would you have to manually cock the hammer?
Yes.
For every time you fire that gun, would you have to manually cock the hammer?
Yes.
As far as the percussion caps, did the defendant tell you that he utilized those in that revolver the day this event occurred?
Yes, he did.
In your conversation with the defendant, you had mentioned earlier that he told you they had said they were going to leave,
Correct.
and that's what precipitated this.
That's correct.
And did you ask him who he meant by they?
I did.
And did he indicate his mother and his daughter?
That's correct.
And then did you ask him the question, what about your mom's friend?
Yes, I did.
And was his response, she was just there?
Correct.
After your interview of the defendant and your review of the file, did you communicate with a prosecutor from the state attorney's office here in Hillsborough?
Yes.
And did you discuss charging the defendant?
Yes.
And was he in fact charged and arrested?
Yes, he was.
When the homicide in this case happened, was the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's office contacted?
Yes.
And did someone from that office respond to the scene?
Yes.
Was that an investigator?
My recollection is it was an investigator, yes.
Now, when homicides occur and Tampa Police Department homicide responds, it's within the city limits in your jurisdiction, is that a normal course to contact the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And were you made aware of the date of the autopsy being the following day, the 18th?
I was.
And did you at some point learn of Dr. McKinnon's findings in the case?
Yes, I did.
Was a search warrant prepared for the search of the residence at 10,006?
Yes, it was.
And was that approved by a judge and signed?
Yes.
And that search was conducted by crime scene and by crime scene detectives?
And by Detective McGill and Tamargo.
Who were homicide detectives who were assigned to the crime scene?
Correct.
During that search, was there a computer that was removed from the residence?
Yes, there was.
And was a search warrant prepared for the computer
Yes, it was.
and for the contents of the computer?
Correct.
And was that prepared and submitted to a judge?
Yes, it was.
Was it approved and signed?
Yes, it was.
After the search warrant was approved, did you then make a request of another section within the Tampa Police Department or a detective within the Tampa Police Department to conduct a digital forensic search of that computer?
Yes, I did.
Was that Detective Tidwell?
Yes, it was.
And after he conducted his search, did he provide you a readable report of the extraction contents?
Yes, he did.
And did you review that?
I did.
First, I'm going to show you states R1. It's already in evidence. Do you recognize that as a photograph that was located on the computer?
Yes.
Now, in looking at that and trying to determine if that in fact is the weapon used in this case and the defendant's weapon, did you pay attention to this map and then look through your crime scene photographs?
Yes, I did.
Did you come across an area of the residence where you believe that photograph may have been taken?
Yes, I did.
Showing you states K280. And does that appear to be the same map?
It appears to be identical, yes.
States K276. And we see down here it says the world political.
Correct.
Okay. Does that appear to be the same legend here on this map?
It does appear to be identical, yes.
States R2, did you find photographs that dealt with muzzle loading and the actual, muzzle loading a similar pistol, if not the same pistol?
Yes, I did.
And you mentioned earlier, when you were talking about 223 Remington, that the caliber is normally a portion of an inch.
Correct.
States R3, are these photographs also images found in the extraction?
Yes.
States R4, is that another image?
Yes.
Now, in your own research, I'm going to show you states R5. Did you find photographs that were demonstrative of how to load the same type of firearm?
Yes, I did, from my external research.
And are these those photographs?
Yes.
States R6, is that a person placing a lead ball into the chamber of the revolver?
Yes.
And this would be loading the percussion cap.
Correct.
And states R7. Is that the person pressing down on the rod to press the bullet down into the chamber of the carriage of the revolver?
Correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
So, in your investigation of this case, did you determine that the revolver that was utilized, when Mr. Banks said it was a replica, it's a modern manufactured gun based on a historical design?
That's correct.
Okay. But it's of recent manufacture.
Yes,
He bought that new from Midway.
that's correct.
Okay, all right. And the person you interviewed in this case, and you related these statements he made to you, do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to him, describe an article of clothing?
He's seated to my right wearing a dark suit and a dark tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that he has identified the defendant, Michael Banks.
It will.
Okay. And the computer that was searched, that in fact was the defendant's computer?
Yes.
And did you have to have a password to enter that computer?
I don't know how the forensic examiner got into it. I don't believe it required a password.
Okay. I'll tend to the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Those photographs that were taken from Mr. Banks' computer, do you know when those photographs were taken?
When the pictures were taken by
Right.
a camera, I do not.
So I didn't want there to be any implication, as we're not saying that those photographs were taken the day that this incident happened, correct?
I am not saying that, no.
Okay, they're just photographs that happened to be stored on the hard drive of the computer you reviewed.
Yes,
And the download of that computer, you reviewed that download as part of your investigation, correct?
yes,
And then that download is provided to the state attorney's office as part of the discovery in this case, which is then shared with the defense in a case, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you did a similar thing with the cell phone that was taken off of Mr. Banks during his arrest, correct?
yes,
That cell phone was downloaded by Detective Tidwell, who we met yesterday, and then you reviewed that and provided that information to the prosecution team, correct?
yes.
Okay. I want to go back to the statement or the interview that you had with Mr. Banks, because you were asked some very broad questions about statements that were made. Mr. Banks sat down and spoke with you for over an hour, correct?
It's like an hour and 18 minutes, I think.
Okay. And during that time, you're having a conversation with him, and this interview room that you are in, that is recorded, correct?
Yes,
Video recorded?
yes,
Audio recorded?
yes,
That recording's made available to the prosecution for them to show to a jury if they'd like, correct?
and to the defense,
And
yes.
to the defense, right. And the interview, in this case, why do you record such things?
We record the interviews for posterity and to ensure that there's an accurate depiction of what occurred and what was said.
Okay. During the interview with Mr. Banks, he was very cooperative with you, correct?
He seemed to be cooperative, yes.
He answered all of your questions, right?
Yes.
And agreed with you when you made statements throughout the interview, correct?
I'm not going to say that we didn't have any disagreements. I'm not sure that he agreed with everything that I said.
Fair enough, fair enough. Let me ask you about some of the statements that you addressed on your direct examination. One of the first things that you said is that when Mr. Banks was talking about the shooting, he said something to the effect of, "I guess I was trying to kill everyone." Is that correct?
Yes.
And when he made that statement to you, he was really posing it as a question. When you were asking him what he was doing, he said, I guess I was trying to kill everyone, question, right?
I would not agree with that.
You wouldn't agree with that? Well, if we had the video to review or the audio to review, that's something that we would be able to see or hear for ourselves, correct?
I would be happy to play the video and play the audio, and the jury can come to their conclusion about whether or not he responded to my question with a question or if it was a statement.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, right? Is that if the prosecution wanted to introduce that video,
Objection asked and answered.
Overrule.
if the prosecution wanted to introduce that video for the jury to make their own determinations, they'd be able to see it and hear it and make their determinations about Mr. Banks's, I'll say, his demeanor and the tone in which he's answering your questions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On direct examination, you said something. You said Mr. Banks told you he exited the back door. He was able to see a police officer yelling at him. Do you remember saying that to Mr.
Yes.
Harmon just a few minutes ago? And for counsel, I'm going to refer to page 14, I'll give you the time mark, 20 minutes and 58 seconds of the video. Detective, isn't it true that what Mr. Banks actually said was, I just heard people talking and then I walked out the house to the back door and somebody said, put your hands up, and I went back in the house. That's the statement that he made, correct?
I mean, I'd like to see the transcript if that's what it says. I may have been out of order in seeing the officer after he heard the statement. That's possible.
I'm happy to let you have a look at it. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
may.
And detective, certainly ignore any highlighting. Those are just my own personal notes. Review as much or as little as you need to. And you can just let me know when you're done.
What page and line?
I'm sorry, detective, I'm gonna steal that from you. We're at 20 minutes and 58 seconds into the interview, page number 14, starting at line number 18.
Okay, so after reading the transcript, it seems like he heard someone say, put your hands up, and then shot at the cop, is what the transcript says.
Well, that's not what the transcript says. Can you?
Objection, Your Honor, it's a misstatement. And number two, this is not a prepared transcript by Detective Hill or the Tampa Police Department. We don't know who prepared this.
Okay,
So it's improper impeachment.
all right. Let's move along, Ms. Stumper.
And you can agree or disagree with the transcript, and I can play the audio for you. Would you prefer to listen to the audio yourself?
I'm fine with
the transcript.
whatever you'd like to do.
Okay.
I think it's possible that he heard someone say, put their hands up, and then shot at the cop. I think that order might be more correct. I'm willing to concede that. I don't think there's any need to argue that. It could have been anyone on the street, I guess, telling him to put his hands up. So,
Right.
sure.
That's
Okay.
what I just want, and again, because I want to make sure, I understand that you're in the position of you're being asked to paraphrase things, right? And I understand you're paraphrasing things. I don't want to paraphrase. I want to get to directly what Mr. Banks told you.
Objection, is there a question?
Yep. And what Mr. Banks told you is that he heard someone and someone told him to put his hands up. Is that correct?
I'm willing to concede that may have been exactly what he said.
Okay, all right. May I approach to retrieve my
You may.
computer? Thank you. You told Mr. Harmon that during the interview, Mr. Banks told you that he was angry at Michaela because she had rejected his advances. Do you remember telling Mr. Harmon that?
He ultimately arrived at acknowledging that he was mad. I don't remember if he used the word mad or angry or what the exact, word was that he used. But it was in reference to all of the things that he had been talking about.
During the interview, you were actually the one that used the word angry, and Mr. Banks corrected you. Do you remember that occurring?
I don't remember what his correction was.
Okay. Would it help if you reviewed, and I'm willing to play it for you or for you to review the transcript, whatever is easiest for you. Would that help refresh?
I think there was a point in time where he was saying that he didn't feel anything, and ultimately he said that he was mad.
Do you remember specifically Mr. Banks using the word mad? Is that your recollection?
I don't remember if he used the word mad or angry or what the word was.
Okay. All right. So you're unclear on what the exact adjective may have been.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It just refreshed my memory with my
Okay.
own notes where
Sure.
he says, I think I didn't want to deal with her and I was mad, is what I have noted.
Throughout your interview, and I want to be clear, it would be inappropriate for me to ask you what Mr. Banks said in this scenario, so don't tell me anything that he said. But throughout the interview, you asked him multiple times why he did this, correct?
I did, yes.
And again, without telling me anything that he said, he gave you a reason as to why this occurred, correct?
There were multiple things that were said, but again, ultimately, the conclusion was that he said he didn't want to deal with her and he was mad.
I want to make sure that I'm being specific. I'm asking about the shooting. Is it your recollection that Mr. Banks told you that he shot at Michaela because he didn't want to deal with her and because he was mad?
He gave multiple reasons. He said that she was running from her problems. And I
Well,
don't know how I'm
ju-
supposed to answer this question without saying what he said.
No, I understand. I get it. And different rules for different parties. It gets complicated. I understand. I just want to go. He may have given you different reasons. Let's just stick with the. Did he ever tell you that he shot at Michaela because he was mad?
I mean, the culmination of the interview after everything that we talked about, that was one of the last things that he said after everything we talked about was, I didn't want to deal with her and I was mad. That was one of the things that he said, but when we arrived at that, that seemed to be in response to all the things that we had discussed.
When he said that to you, was that actually in response to your question of how did it make him feel when she rejected him?
I don't recall that being in direct response to that.
Okay. If you had a chance to review the transcript or listen to the audio recording, would that help refresh your recollection on that matter?
My recollection is that was his characterization of his response to the things that had happened.
Okay. For counsel, I'm going to refer now to page 19 of the transcript, starting at line 40. I'll start at line 38, going on to the following page. And Detective, do you recall the exchange actually occurring in this manner when you asked him, did the stuff that was going on today in the house with them talking about leaving and then everything else leading up to that with the arguments and your daughter not owning up to her responsibilities and all, did that make you angry at all? Response, I think it was more like She was rejecting what I was offering her to be like in a relationship with me. And then he continued to line 9, made me feel like I was wasting my time and my money dealing with her. And you asked him on line 13, did it make you resentful or angry or upset or sad? And the response, or you asked again, this is all still you asking questions. Line 19, did you feel like if I can't have you, nobody can? Is that one of those situations? Response, line 22, no. Do you recall that exchange during the interview?
I recall that and more. It was not a simple no. There was a further explanation of how he felt, and it concluded him saying, I didn't want to deal with her and I was mad. I don't know if you can find that line. We can
Sure,
talk about that.
I'll continue reading that line 22. No, I didn't even I don't know how to put it. I don't really care for relationships like that much. It was more like manipulation. Like she was manipulating you, you asked? And then he responded, no. It was more like I was trying to manipulate her so that I could get her to talk. Do you recall that being the full response?
That is not the full response. I recall that and more. There's more to his response.
Okay. Would you like to review the transcript or would you like to review the audio recording?
I will read the transcript and
Okay. All right. Let me approach again if that's all right with Your Honor.
Sure.
Okay. And I'll back you up again, read as much or as little as you need to, but I'll back you up to page 19 where I began. And you could just let me know when you had a chance to review that.
can you tell me the origin of the transcript?
Sure.
Is this an automated?
From Axon.
Okay.
Correct. Which is again why I'm happy to let you listen to it if you'd prefer to
And
listen.
that's probably why it doesn't match my notes.
Okay. Would you prefer to listen to the audio recording?
I'm going to testify to what I recall and what I noted,
Sure.
which is different. You don't have the line in here. I'm very familiar with Axon transcripts, and I'm familiar with how wrong they can absolutely be. So I cannot agree with what's written here when it differs from what my notes are and what my recollection are.
Sure, and I don't want to put you in that position. So Judge, can I have a moment, please, to allow the detective to listen to the audio recording?
Sure.
Thank you. Grab that. Thank you. It'll take me just a minute or two, Your Honor. to set that.
Not a problem. Here's what we're gonna go ahead and do. Let me have you all go in the back. I think there might be an easier way for us to do this, but let me have you step in the back. Feel free to use the restroom, grab a snack or whatever. We'll bring you in as soon as we're ready. All right, the jurors are all in, everybody can be seated. All right, Ms. Dunker, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Detective, let me ask you this. When we were discussing the transcript and refreshing your recollection, I think maybe I perhaps had mentioned something about Axon. Are you familiar with Axon?
I'm very familiar with Axon, yes.
Okay, and Axon is essentially, it has many different roles or jobs, but one role or one thing that it does is it shares discovery information or case information to a prosecution or the defense team, correct?
It can, yes.
Okay, and when we receive something such as an audio or a video of something, a transcript that can be generated by the computer based upon that, correct?
I don't believe that we send any transcripts. It can be generated by the recipient.
You're saying someone else can, not you're saying you don't create the transcripts, but.
I don't believe that we sent over a transcript. I believe if a transcript was created with Axiom, it would have been done by the recipient of the video.
Right, that's what I'm saying, is that there's a capability to create a transcript, whether it's by you, by me, by the prosecution, or by anyone. The program has the capability to create a transcript.
It has an AI capability
Right.
to generate what it considers a transcript.
Right.
Yes.
And as we all know, AI is not as perfect as sometimes people like to think it is, correct?
It is very imperfect.
Okay, all right, and so now you've had the opportunity on the break to listen to the actual audio, correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And I think where we left off, I want to be clear, I'm just asking about this one portion of the interview. Do you now recall saying to Mr. Banks, question, did the stuff that was going on today in the house with him talking about leaving, then everything else leading up to it, and the arguments and your daughter not owning up to her responsibility, did that make you angry at all? And he said, I think it was more like she was rejecting what I was offering. Do you recall that? Did you hear that?
That was his immediate response to that exact question, yes.
Okay. And then I think the point that you were trying to make, which, and we're here now, we'll get there now, is that there are other portions where you're talking to him and you're talking to him about what's going through your mind when you're loading the gun, what's going through the mind when you're doing this, or you're giving him different scenarios, and he uses the word either mad or angry or whatever that might be.
He uses the word mad. He also says pissed off.
Pissed off, okay. All right. And I think what started this whole conversation between you and I is that you testified that Mr. Banks told you that the reason he shot at everyone, or the reason he did this, is because he was mad or pissed off. Do I have that correct?
That was the conclusion that I came to as a result of the culmination of our interview. All the things that we discussed, when we got to the end and discussed all of the things, he said that he was mad, and he also said he was pissed off.
Okay. And that's and so you're saying that is the conclusion that you drew after the conversation that you had with him.
They were his words.
Okay. And then on still that page 19, line 31, when you say to him, what about Josephine? Do you actually remember him saying, I don't know why I did that. I have no idea why I shot anybody. I don't know why that happened. It was like automatic. I never said anything to anybody. Do you remember him giving that response to
That
you?
was among the things that he said, yes.
Okay, and I understand, and we could go here and go through all 30 some odd pages or 1 hour of the interview, but my point is this, is that you were asked some very broad cherry-picked questions on direct examination.
Rephrase without cherry-picked in it.
You were asked some very broad questions on direct examination about some responses that Mr. Banks gave to you during the interview, correct?
Yes.
Those questions that were asked by the prosecution did not reflect the entire interview, correct?
Not every minute of it, no.
Okay. You'll be happy to hear we're going to move on from the interview now. And I just have a couple of things I wanted to ask about. So we talked about your review of the computer. We talked about your review of the cell phone. Are there any other subpoenas that you sent for either social media or location devices or anything like that that you sent in relation to your investigation in this case?
We had a pretty good idea of where he was, so no.
Right. I mean, that was pretty clear, right, from the body camera footage, if nothing else. Did you have any reason to send anything off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA testing or fingerprint testing or anything of that nature?
I didn't believe that any DNA testing would have been incriminating or exculpatory.
Right. So when you complete your interview, or maybe we'll just say when you complete your review of the two devices, the computer and the cell phone device, right? Computer device, cell phone device, you've completed your interview with Mr. Banks. Is there anything else that you do in furtherance of this investigation?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. May I have a moment, please?
You may.
All right. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you, Detective.
Redirect.
Detective, the response, I don't know why I did that. I have no idea why I shot anybody. I don't know why that happened. It was like automatic. I never said anything to anybody. That was one of many responses that the defendant gave you during this interview. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, it was.
About why he did this?
Correct.
Okay. So we just took a break a few minutes ago, and counsel didn't follow up with you, but the section of the transcript that she was presenting to you, this Axon transcript, I'm going to get back to that, where she was disputing with you that the defendant had said he was mad, right?
Correct.
You actually listened, and he did say, I was mad.
Correct.
And in the transcript it said, I was the word then.
That's correct.
I was then. So the transcript was wrong that counsel was trying to confront you with, right?
Yes, it was.
Do you know who prepared that, other than it's an Axon AI transcript?
That's what I was told.
Do you have experience with Axon transcripts?
I do, and its mistakes.
And its mistakes. And that was one you found in there.
Just now, yes.
She just read to you a portion, again, from that transcript that said and it ends with him saying she was rejecting, and she stopped. But the continuation of that was, she was rejecting what I was offering for her being like in a relationship with me.
Correct.
And that was a consistent thing that he told you, that he had approached her, wanted her to be in a relationship with him.
That's correct.
All right. And when counsel said that my earlier questions on direct did not reflect the entire interview, they did not reflect every single thing he told you, correct?
That's correct.
But it did reflect the majority of the relevant portions of that interview.
The nature and the spirit.
Don't lead, Mr. Hearn.
Did they reflect the relevant portions of the interview?
They reflected the nature and the spirit of the interview, yes.
Now, did they also reflect specifically the questions I was asking you, which was, number one, did he tell you why he did this?
Yes.
And what his motive was?
Yes.
And that he really had no motive for Josephine Muentes other than she was there?
That's what he said.
Now, counsel had suggested to you a minute ago that Axon has some type of a sharing mechanism. Did you hear that in her question?
Yes.
It was kind of part of that. Do you know if that program shared anything with our office from a transcript?
The police department did not, at least to my knowledge, as the lead investigator, generate a transcript of that interview, and we would not have shared an Axon-generated transcript of that interview with prosecution or with the defense.
And in fact, after you advised counsel that the defendant had actually said, I was mad, and found it in that recording when the jury was out of the courtroom, you also pointed out that right after that he says, I got pissed off.
Correct.
What was that in response to?
It was part of the end of the interview, and we were trying to get the explanation, essentially, of crossing over that threshold of, you go from hearing these things to loading the revolver. What is it that, what was your state of mind that caused you to go from just listening to loading a revolver, and the responses were related to his anger, being mad and being pissed off.
Now, did you hear statements being yelled by the defendant out the front door of that residence on body-worn camera?
Yes.
Did it appear to you that he was angry?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about submissions of evidence. There was testimony, I believe, let me have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
So you were aware that crime scene investigator Nunez Martinez had taken sterile swabs from portions of the black powder revolver recovered in this case?
Yes.
And if those had been sent to FDLE and they were the defendant's DNA, do you think that would have been incriminating or inculpatory in this case?
No.
And why not?
He owns the gun. He's claimed possession of it. He said he's owned it for a year. We would expect to find his DNA. Anyone's DNA in the house would have not been a particularly incriminating result.
You got a photo of him holding the gun, right?
It appears to be that same gun with a hand holding it in front of a map that was in the house.
Okay. And as far as the timing of that photo, no one from the state suggested to you in their direct that that was taken that day, right?
No.
Now, it had to have been taken at some point after he bought it, correct?
After the purchase of the gun, the purchase of the map.
I want to talk to you about the computer and the phone. So you went through this phone extract, or the computer extraction, and we talked about those photographs. Anything else that you found on that computer that was relevant to this case?
There was a single video of unknown origin of someone lighting what appeared to be black powder on fire. I didn't notice anything else in the computer that seemed to be relevant to this investigation.
And that appeared to be someone pouring small portions of different mixtures of black powder and then lighting them with a handheld lighter?
Yes, it did. I have no idea who that person was. I don't know if it was a defendant or someone else.
Okay. And that was apparently in some kind of a glass container, maybe a pie container?
That's kind of what it looked like, yes.
How about the phone? The defendant's phone?
I didn't find, the phone, by today's standards, there was not a lot of information on the phone. Typically, we're dealing with tens of thousands of photos and videos these days. There was not a whole lot of information, and I didn't see anything in the phone that I found to be particularly relevant to this investigation.
The defendant's demeanor and tone in answering the questions, is there anything that you found to be, that prevented you, first off, from being able to understand the defendant?
No.
Okay. And you said he spoke perfectly fluent English and an American accent.
Yes, he did.
Have you seen the body-worn camera of Officer Pearson,
Yes.
where they're walking the defendant down North 23rd Street to the car after he's been taken into custody?
Yes.
And they're asking him questions,
Yes.
such as, where's the gun?
That's correct, yes.
Where? He says it's in the house, it's on the table, you know, okay. That voice that he was utilizing when he spoke with them, was that pretty much the tone of voice he had in the recording?
Yes.
Or in the interview?
Yes, it was.
Okay. We have one moment.
Sure.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Detective. Have a good one. State may call your next witness.
State calls Monique Polisi.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, perfect. Tell us your first and last name and spell both for us.
My name is Monique Polisi, Monique, Palisi.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Polisi, how are you employed?
I am a latent fingerprint specialist for Tampa Police Department.
And how long have you worked for them in that capacity?
9 years.
Now, prior to that, were you with another agency?
Yes, I was.
What agency was that?
Pasco Sheriff's Office.
And with the sheriff's office up in Pasco County, what did you do there?
The same job, latent print examiner.
And prior to that, and you may have held a different position prior to that with the sheriff's office?
I did, but with Tampa Police Department.
I remember you were here at the Tampa Police Department. How many years were you with the Tampa Police Department the first time?
8 years.
And in what position or capacity?
I was a crime scene technician and a 10 print examiner.
Now, I want to go back to your position now as a latent print analyst, or a print examiner, excuse me. Can you tell the jurors about your training in that area?
I have an associate in arts degree from the University of South Florida. I have an associate in science degree in criminology from Hillsborough Community College. I have over 150 hours of specialized training in latent fingerprint identification. I have 2,000 hours combined latent print apprenticeship between Pasco Sheriff's Office and Tampa Police Department. I am a member of the International Association for Identification. I'm also a member of the Florida division of the IAI, it's just the abbreviated title. I read the quarterly publications from both of those organizations, and I am proficiency tested annually.
Ma'am, how many latent print comparisons have you conducted in your career?
Hundreds of thousands.
Okay. And did those include times when you were able to make an identification to a known print?
Yes, it does.
And times when you were unable to do that?
Correct.
Can you tell the jurors, first of all, what is a latent fingerprint or latent print?
Sure. Latent means hidden. So a latent fingerprint is the impression of the friction-ridged skin that's found on our fingers and palms and on the underside of our toes and soles of our feet that's made onto a surface that's not visible to the naked eye, but can be detected with special techniques like fingerprint powder or chemical processing.
And fingerprints on our palmar side of our hands and our feet, are they unique in some way?
They are. Fingerprints are both unique and permanent, or also called persistence. Uniqueness, meaning that no two people have ever been found to have the same fingerprints, and persistence or permanence, meaning that your fingerprints remain unchanged throughout your entire life, from the time that you are in utero until the time that you pass away.
Okay. And what is a known print?
A known print is the intentional recording of the friction-ridged skin or fingerprints or palm prints of a known individual for identification purposes, usually taken with black printer's ink and placed onto a white contrasting background.
Okay. And recently, is there a development in taking known prints where fingerprints are rolled across a glass surface and some kind of a digital print is taken?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, in this case, were you provided into your section from the crime scene section, maybe at the request of a detective, a photo CD containing latent fingerprint images?
Yes, I was.
And is that a form of latent print images that you deal with normally now, at least?
Yes, it is.
And would those have been fingerprints that were developed through whatever technique, whether it's powder or chemical processing, and then photographed instead of being lifted with tape?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to take photographs of fingerprints that have been developed where you can see the image of the print and then compare it to a known print?
Yes.
Now, when you receive a latent print, do you have to make a determination when you look at it or when you examine it as to whether it is of comparison quality to
Yeah.
be able to make a comparison?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jurors what that means, comparison quality?
Sure. In my analysis phase, I will look at a latent print or even a known print and take into several factors like the substrate or the type of surface that the print was lifted from, the matrix, which is what the print is comprised of, the medium, which is the development process, the location from which the print was recovered or developed onto or from, and to see if there's anything like distortion or deposition pressure that may make the print unusable for comparison.
And if you determine that something is not of comparison value, are you, well, what does that mean?
It means that the print or the ridge detail that is there lacks sufficient quality and or clarity in order for me to conduct any further comparison. So no one can either be identified or even excluded from that particular print.
So if a print is of that quality, then it is of no comparison value?
Correct.
Okay. And if you determine it to be of no comparison value, you do not attempt to conduct a comparison to a known print?
Correct.
Now, in this case, the photo CD or the CD containing photographs of prints that you received, did you conduct analysis of the contained prints to determine if they were of comparison value?
Yes, I did.
And what was your determination?
That they were not of comparison value.
And were those prints that were marked as being from a muzzle loader cylinder?
Yes.
So you did not conduct any further analysis of those from that point forward?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll tender the witness, Judge.
Any questions?
No, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Have a great one. Take care. State may call your next witness.
State rests its case.
All right, so the state of Florida has rested its case. I'm going to ask everybody to leave your notepads down, step into the jury room. Once again, feel free to use the restroom. There's some things we need to discuss outside your presence. Thank you.
Here is excellent.
All right, the jurors have left the courtroom. If it's okay with everybody, we're going to defer the JOA argument to the close of all the evidence, and once I've released the jury for the day today. So they've rested their case. Is the defense planning on calling any witnesses?
May I have just a quick second?
Sure.
Yes, Judge, the defense intends to call Michael Banks as witness if the court would like to inquire this.
Sure. Mr. Banks, let me have you raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the answers you're going to give me to the questions I'm going to ask you in a few seconds are going to be truthful? All right, you can lower your hand. So, Mr. Banks, you heard me on Monday go into detail with the potential jurors, including these jurors that were selected from that group, that you have a right to remain silent. You remember that? All right, and do you understand that you have that right? Now, you also heard me talk to them that under the law, you're presumed innocent. Do you remember that? And do you have any questions about that? All right. And so I also told them that the state has the burden of proving their case, if they can, to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt, and that you don't have to prove anything. You don't have to call witnesses. Frankly, your attorneys could sit there and do nothing, and certainly you have a right to remain silent, that if you exercise that right, they cannot take that in consideration in deciding their verdict in any manner whatsoever. You recall me telling them that? And in fact, I repeated that to them yesterday when I gave them the preliminary instructions before opening statement. Do you recall that? Remember that I said to them, in every criminal trial, a defendant has the right to remain silent. At no time is it Mr. Banks's job to prove his innocence, and from the exercise of his right to remain silent, you're not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and it should not come into play in deciding your verdict in any manner whatsoever. Do you recall me telling them that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So we've got through those rights, right? Now, I just heard your attorney tell me that you want to testify. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Have you had enough time to speak to Ms. Dunker and/or Ms. Schlemmer, about that?
Briefly here and there, enough.
Okay? Have you wanted to speak to them any more about it?
No, I think everything is.
Okay? And so, is this something that you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to give up your right to remain silent? You want to take this witness stand and testify, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many prior convictions does he have, and does he have any involving dishonesty?
None involving dishonesty, Your Honor. Give me one moment, Judge. I know he's got at least one. He has 3 prior felony convictions.
All right, so you understand that usually it's brought up by your lawyer, okay, that you have 3 prior felony convictions, because if your lawyer doesn't bring it up, the state's going to ask you that on cross-examination. Do you understand that right now this jury doesn't know you have any prior felony convictions, but when you take the stand, they're going to find out you have 3 prior felony convictions. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you also understand that although your attorneys are going to ask you questions on direct, after they're done, you're going to be subjected to cross-examination by the state? You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're going to get up and ask you questions that they think are important for the jury to know. And you're going to need to answer those just like you answer the questions of your own lawyer. Do you understand that? All right. And considering all of that, is it still your desire to testify in this case?
It is.
Do you have any questions you want to ask of me regarding your decision to testify or not?
No, ma'am, I'm okay.
All right. Did anybody promise you anything at all to get you to make this decision to testify?
No.
Did anybody threaten you or force you in any way to make this decision to testify?
Not at all, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. All right. Does anybody need to use the restroom really quick before we bring this jury back in?
Yeah, I do, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, well,
And you're going to open before you
I
call
am,
him?
it's going to be fairly brief. There are a couple of things I would like to put on the record though before I begin. So we
All
can
right.
do that after a brief break.
Okay, not a problem. All right, so we're in a very, very, very brief break for everybody to use the restroom, and then we're going to begin.
Exactly what it contemplates. A mental health defense that doesn't rise to the level of insanity. And
Here's the issue that I have with that. It sounds a little like some form of a unique intoxication defense, involuntary intoxication defense. But traditionally, for those, we all know, they're usually married with an insanity defense, okay? In this case, Mr. Banks informed us all on Friday that he had specifically instructed you, he did not want any kind of, I understood him to say, mental health defense, insanity defense, anything like that. And so how do I preside over a trial where he's gonna claim that he had some injection from some dentist in November, and then somehow 2.5 months later, it results in him getting this gun and repeatedly cocking it and shooting it at people, killing one and injuring others. How does that, under the law, how does that come in?
Because it is, again, not eliciting any testimony, and neither does Mr. Banks intend to testify about anything relating to mental health. It is exactly what this court said. It is an involuntary intoxication argument where he did not have the ability to form the specific intent to commit first-degree premeditated murder.
Okay, but I thought, and this is where I need everybody to tell me if I'm mistaken, okay? I thought that when you went with an involuntary intoxication defense, and it wasn't in conjunction with insanity, like for instance, the involuntary intoxication didn't have the person not understand what they were doing was wrong, and not being able, or even if they did, not being able to comport their conduct and all of that, the two prongs of the McNaughton test aren't involved.
Right.
And instead, it goes totally for trying to get an acquittal on a specific intent crime, that you still needed to be able to establish what the medication was, what the effect of that medication is, what is the therapeutic amount of that medication. I thought all of that had to come in. If I'm incorrect, I'm incorrect, but I thought that was part and parcel. I've looked up various cases. Unfortunately, most of them are married to an insanity defense. I did find some that I thought maybe, let me double check which one it was. Give me a second. Let me see if it was this one. They mention it briefly in Miller versus Florida, and that's a second DCA case, 805 Southern 2nd, 885. It's a 2001 second DCA case, but in that case, frankly, he was alleging, at least the way I'm reading these facts, in this Miller case, he was alleging that he was insane, he was trying to detox off of opioids, and he had gone into a specific program that puts you under, and you go through the withdrawal symptoms while you're not alert. And then they released him. He still had these medications in him. He went back to the PAR program, and I think he broke into the PAR program, and the building was charged with burglary. And the court says at 887 By contrast, so they talk about a successful insanity defense results in a defendant's acquittal of all charges on the theory that one cannot be held criminally responsible for acts that he or she did not know were wrong. By contrast, a successful intoxication defense results in an acquittal of specific intent crimes only, not general intent. And so the issue here is whether the intoxication defense applies where the intoxication is involuntary but does not rise to the level of legal sanity. So that's why this case, I don't know that it's necessarily on point, because that's what they're talking about. And they say that you can have an involuntary intoxication defense without it being related to insanity. But when you read this, it sounds to me as if they heard from medical experts about the drugs he had been given, the effects of those drugs, and all of those kinds of things.
I'm sure that might have been the case, and certainly that would make for a helpful involuntary intoxication defense.
I agree.
I believe the jury instruction refers to the jury can rely on expert or non-expert testimony. And so, again, to proffer what I expect Mr. Banks's testimony would be, is he would testify regarding this injection, and the fact that it was administered to him by the dentist, and the effects that this injection had on him. And the rest, quite frankly, I believe would be up to a jury to believe or disbelieve.
And I'm going ahead and sending you all the Miller case. I'll send you the other case that I pulled on this.
Miller's a case out of Pasco in front of Judge Webb. Is that
I think
correct?
so.
Judge, doesn't this involuntary intoxication only deal with 893 prescribed medication?
I don't know, because I'm trying to think. I don't know that the drugs, frankly, that they gave Miller at that kind of unique kind of detox facility are medications. That the case doesn't refer to such, and I didn't see anything in any of the cases I pulled that said it only it's only related to 893 scheduled drugs.
Your Honor, the state's referring to the involuntary intoxication standard burn instruction, which in each of the element it does specifically mention. Element 1, the defendant was lawfully prescribed name of chapter 893 substance by a practitioner. And again, in the next two elements specifically.
All right, I'll give you a minute to what do you say about that?
Judge, I could not find any cases on point, and believe me, I looked. The only thing I have is that there are often scenarios where this defense is used where the substance or the drug, so to speak, is unknown. That would be the scenario. under
Well, but
which
did you find one
Mr.
where it's unknown?
No, that's what I'm saying, is like, I do not have any authority to offer to the court on that issue. I could not find anything one way or another. Certainly, if I had found anything prohibiting this defense, I would have shared that with Mr. Banks.
I'm just looking at 775.051, the codification of the defense.
Speak up.
775.051, which
Okay.
codifies the defense under voluntary intoxication as not a defense. It indicates evidence of a defendant's voluntary intoxication is not admissible to show the
Well, we
defendant.
know that.
Right, it leads into the defense that we're talking about here.
Okay.
It's not admissible to show the defendant lacked the specific intent to commit an offense, and it's not admissible to show the defendant was insane at the time of the offense, except when the consumption, injection, or use of a controlled substance under Chapter 893 was pursuant to a lawful prescription issued to the defendant by a practitioner.
Okay?
And that's in the instructions, too, the jury instructions.
No, and I know, that's what Ms. Messeri just told us. All right, I'm not gonna let him testify to that. Obviously, if some dentist came in and named the drug, and if it was a controlled substance, I would let that go in for whatever it's worth, but,
My request would be for the court to give Mr. Banks an order regarding the parameters under which he
Right.
would then be able to testify.
so Mr. Banks, you understand what we're saying here, sir?
So yes, pretty much.
Okay, what did I just say that you're not allowed to testify to?
To that as a defense because it's the,
To what as a defense?
involuntary intoxication. Because
To the fact that you got administered some injection or some drug that you don't know from a dentist who we don't know in November of 2023, and it caused you to behave differently afterwards. That's what I'm talking about. You understand that?
yes, ma'am.
Because the law says that it has to be a controlled substance that's listed under a specific Florida statute.
Can I say something?
Go right ahead.
There's been several injection incidents. This isn't the first one.
What do you mean, with you?
I believe they're attacks. I don't know how much.
Injection incidents towards you?
Yes, with me.
Okay.
The first two literally ended up in the result of my disability case. I lost my leg muscles. I completely lost my
injection?
memory. Yes.
Okay.
So that's why I believe these are attacks.
You believe
almost
it's
killed-
an attack?
They almost killed me.
An attack by who?
All I can say is I think it's race related, racial.
It's racially related because you're a white person?
The attackers are all Latino.
Oh, they're all Latinos? Okay. But this, you were, according to you, you were okay until you go to the dentist and the dentist injects you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he a Latino?
He Spanish, I believe, is his license said South America.
Okay.
People working there were probably Latino.
Okay. All right. And so even though you suspected that Latinos were for some reason out to create problems for you, you proceeded to have a Latino dentist work on you?
I didn't think that I should distrust every single Latino.
No, that's a
because
good
of
idea.
couple-
I agree.
I mean, I'm not,
Okay,
I don't see the world as.
But now in hindsight, you're concerned about that.
Oh, yes, now, yes,
Okay.
very much.
All right. Okay. So I hear what you're saying, but the law is the law, okay? And so at the end of the day, had that dentist come in and identified whatever they injected you with, and it was on the controlled substance list, and he talked about it, and you wanna say you weren't right after that, then maybe you'd be able to get into that, but we don't know that now. And so we are where we are, and you cannot take the stand and talk about what happened in November with the dentist giving you some injection of some drug that supposedly made you not right. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And the only thing that I would need is for the doctor to come in to speak? The
If you
actual
could
dentist?
find the doctor, and it would all depend, because the doctor may say he gives this injection every time he performs a root canal or a cavity filling or something else like that, and there are no incidents of anybody then 2.5 months later going out and killing people. See what I mean? So that could be a double-edged sword for you.
I believe Ms. Dunker said that they're unwilling to even, they don't want anything to do with the case.
All right, well, there you go.
And I did speak to them. I went to the location. I reported the problems to the dentist.
Okay.
I spoke to the dentist myself. I'm not sure why they don't want to testify to that.
All right. Mr. Harmon and Ms. Dunker, let me have you up here. Leave the white noise on.
Can I ask real quick? Sorry.
Yeah. An opportunity to privately speak with your client.
I did, Your Honor, and we discussed the parameters in which the court is going to allow him to move forward. Mr. Biggs does still wish to testify.
All right, so Mr. Banks, understanding you're not gonna be able to talk about the dentist injection thing, you still wanna testify?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any further questions? I know you just finished speaking with Ms. Dunker, but any further questions you have or discussions you wanna have with her?
Not that, no.
All right, and once again, your decision to testify now, after knowing that pursuant to the law, I'm not gonna allow you to testify as to some obscure drug that some dentist, who apparently doesn't wanna cooperate, allegedly gave you during a dentist appointment, resulted in you not feeling right. Did anybody promise you to anything or threaten you in any way to get you to testify?
No, ma'am.
Is this your decision and your decision alone?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is totally your decision, you understand that?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Okay, nobody can force you or tell you you better testify, you get that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in any way, so it's still something you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect, let's bring in the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Stand up.
Are you gonna need water or something up there with you?
Oh, no, I
Are
should be.
you okay?
I should be okay.
Okay, remember, I'm gonna need you close to the microphone and to speak up when you testify. For now, she's gonna do the opening, but I'm talking about when they're asking you questions, okay? All right.
Jurors enter.
All right, the jurors are in the courtroom. Everybody may be seated. All right, so everybody, you've noticed, so once again, just so that you know, when you're out in the back, don't think we're having a party. We're all working in here while you all are in the back waiting to come back in. So Don't hold it against anybody, that's all on me. I'm the one that decides when we start, when we don't, when we take a break, when we don't, that's all my thing. So I had Mr. Banks sit up here so that we can move along as we go. If you recall in the beginning, the defense deferred their opening for the close of the state's case. The state has rested. Ms. Dunker, do you wish to make a opening statement to the jury?
I do, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. May it please the court, counsel. Good afternoon, members of the jury. I'm not going to take up much of your time here this afternoon. You've had the opportunity over the last day and a half to hear the testimony, to hear from witnesses, to see photographs from the prosecution's perspective. And in just a moment or two, when I'm done talking to you, you're going to have the opportunity now to hear from Mr. Banks's perspective. And I want to just remind you of a couple of things before we do that. Despite what any of you may be thinking right now, Mr. Banks is still presumed to be innocent because you have not heard all of the evidence yet. And like each and every one of you swore during jury selection, that you would treat Mr. Banks just as you treated every other witness. That's what the court of law demands. So I'm going to ask that you listen to his testimony, you hear from his perspective, and then what you do with that information at the end of the day, that is going to be up to you, the trier of fact. I don't get to tell you what to believe or not to believe. Mr. Harmon doesn't get to tell you what to believe or not to believe. Only you can decide that. So I ask that you listen to what he has to say. The prosecution has charged him with 4 different counts in this case. And what I expect at the end of the trial, when you're instructed from the judge is going to tell you that even if you were to find that he's guilty of 1 count, that doesn't mean he's guilty of all of them. You can find he's guilty of 2, doesn't mean he's guilty of all of them, and so on and so forth. But the one thing each and every one of those counts have in common is they require the element of premeditation. Remember, what I expect the judge to instruct you on is not the premeditation to act, but the premeditation with the intent to kill. Each and every single count that Mr. Banks has been charged with requires that premeditated intent to kill. So I ask that you listen to his testimony, and when you go back to deliberate at the end of the case, that you consider that when you are looking at the evidence as to each individual count. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, could you please step around and swear in Mr. Banks?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. And we all know how to spell Michael Banks, so we won't have you do it, Mr. Banks. You may proceed, Ms. Dunker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banks, back in January of 2024, where were you living?
At the 10,006 North 23rd Street residence.
Okay, and make sure you keep your voice up a little bit.
Mr. Banks, you
okay?
can scoot up the chair a little bit. Perfect.
Who were you living there with?
My mother lived there, my youngest son, Jaden, and Josephine.
Okay, and Josephine, as we've heard, that was your mother's close friend and a roommate of hers, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and how long had you been living there? Give or take, it doesn't have to be exact.
Say about 9 years.
Okay, your son Jaden, how long had he been living there with you?
This in the same time.
Okay. We heard yesterday from Michaela Banks, and throughout her life, had she stayed with you during some periods of time and stayed with other family members during other periods of time?
Yes, she lived with me between maybe 13 and 15,
Okay.
and then the rest of the time she lived with her family, mother, grandmother, aunt and uncle.
And when you say grandmother, are you talking about her maternal grandmother, her mother's
Yes,
mother?
yes.
Okay. Before Michaela came to stay with you at your residence in January of 2024, where was she living?
She was living with the aunt and uncle. That would be her mother's younger brother and his wife.
Okay. When Michaela came to stay with you in January, and when I say with you, she's obviously living in the house amongst everyone else as well. But was that intended to be a permanent solution for her to stay there?
I'm not sure what she was doing. She was kind of kicked out of the aunt and uncle's house. I was told.
Yep.
Don't tell us what anybody told you, okay? You may ask another question, Ms. Stone.
Thank you, Your Honor. During the testimony throughout this trial, we heard from Michaela say that during the time she was with you in January of 2024, you made some comments to her that made her feel uncomfortable about being in a relationship with one another. What comments did you make to her? What were those comments?
I told her that I wanted her to be in a relationship with me and be dedicated to me and not have sex with anyone.
Why did you say those things to her?
She told me she was pregnant when she got there, and she was pregnant by a boyfriend from school who went to Brandon High School with her, and I didn't want her having sex with anybody.
Okay. And so when you made these comments to Michaela, what was your intent behind that?
Mainly just to make it so that she would be kind of dedicated to not trying to find a relationship or trying to be involved with random partners, sex partners.
Did you at some point during that time in January make that a condition of her staying there, that she could not go and have these other relationships?
When I went into my mother's room the night before the incident, I said that if she wasn't going to agree to that, then she should leave.
Why did you say that, and why did you feel that way?
She told me she was pregnant when she got there, and then she's taking a contraceptive B pill or something, day after pill. So I was upset about it. She hasn't finished high school yet, and she's telling me she's pregnant. She's been kicked out of the aunt and uncle's house. I was really upset.
Do you know at this point in time, was Michaela in fact pregnant during that time?
There was no test done, so no.
Okay. So this was just a belief that she had a scare, so to speak.
Yes.
Okay. The two occasions that you had made comments that Michaela was seemingly upset about during that time in January of 2024, where was Michaela when you had those conversations?
I believe she was in my mother's room.
Okay. And were those sparked by her being in her brother's room?
When she was in her brother's room, I just kind of ran her out. It was late at night. I didn't want her in there with him, with nobody, monitoring them. He was maybe 15 at the time, and she's 17. And there were some previous family problems where.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
You can.
All right, Mr. Banks, so you were just testifying, and so you were concerned because of some previous family issues.
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, on January 17th of 2024, when you woke up that morning, what did you do? How did you start your day?
I would usually get up with Jaden. Jaden is my youngest son. He was 15 at the time. And he would get ready for school. I would drive him to school, and I would come back and usually do some chores.
Okay.
I was disabled at the time. I'm not working, and I spent a lot of time at home.
Okay. And so did you do that morning? You drove Jaden to school, and then you came home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me draw your attention to later in the morning, sometime after 11 o'clock a.m. Do you remember encountering your mother and Michaela in your home that morning?
I only remember passing by them in the hallway.
Okay, and can you tell me about that interaction when you passed by them in the hallway?
I just asked them what they were doing. They were kind of standing in the way. The house isn't very big. I mean, obviously you can tell that from the pictures. And I'm just trying to go about my routine. And I just asked them what they were doing. And they, I think it was my mother who said, "We're leaving." That's all they said to me.
Okay, and how did that make you feel when your mom said that?
I didn't have any feelings towards that because I don't know where they're going. I mean, I don't.
Did you interpret that to mean that they were leaving for good?
No.
Okay. Did you see Michaela packing any of her things that morning?
I heard things are already packed. She had just gotten there. She never unpacked them.
Okay, so they were already together and packed in that small room that we all saw photographs of. And for the record, you were shaking your head, but is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And so, Mr. Banks, let's talk about the kitchen. Do you remember encountering your mother and her roommate Josephine in the kitchen that morning?
I did not go in the kitchen when they were in the kitchen.
Okay. Do you remember retrieving your firearm that morning?
I don't remember retrieving the firearm. I have very little memory of the actual events. From my recollection, it's like I'm in a dream for part of this, and I'm moving around, performing actions. I'm not in control of what I'm doing. I'm not in control of my thoughts, my actions. It feels like I'm floating, and I mean, there's more to it than that.
Let me go back and talk to you about the firearm. Is that a firearm that you had had for some time?
I believe I bought it about a year before that.
Where did you
before the
buy it?
incident.
I'm sorry, where did you buy the gun from?
I bought it online at midwayusa.com.
And what kind of gun was it your understanding that you were purchasing?
A antique replica of a 1850 model type gun.
Now, Mr. Banks, are you a convicted felon?
I am.
Do you have 3 prior felony convictions?
I couldn't say they were so far back, but that's what I've been told, yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding that because this firearm was a replica, you were able to have it?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And in fact, did you have a hunting license?
I did, and I remember renewing it by doing the online courses just right around the same time that I purchased it.
So that would have been, I think you said about 2 years prior, so January 20, or in 2022 sometime?
Maybe. I think I only had it for a year, so it would have been within that year.
I might have misstated what you said, so I apologize for that. So within about a year or so. Okay, and you're shaking your head, yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. So do you remember at any point obtaining the firearm from within your home the morning of January 17th, 2024?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you remember seeing, even if you maybe physically did not go into the kitchen, do you remember seeing your mother and Josephine in the kitchen that morning?
I do not remember passing by them in the kitchen. I don't remember seeing Josephine at all. Like, I had no idea she was even there.
Do you remember shooting at Josephine?
I have some memories of shooting. like I said, I'm in this altered state of mind at the time. I'm under the effects of some unknown substance, and it's like a dream, and I just remember shooting into the kitchen and then shooting into the bathroom.
Okay.
I have very, very little memories. I believe I told Detective Hill.
Don't tell me what you told, and we'll get there. Don't worry. We'll talk about your conversation with Detective Hill. But let me ask you some more specifics about what's going on inside the house. So, you stated you don't remember shooting at Josephine. Do you remember shooting at your mother?
No, I don't.
Okay. And what about Michaela? Do you remember shooting at Michaela?
I remember just shooting into the bathroom.
Why?
So
Why were you doing that?
I don't know. I was trying to shoot into the bathroom where she's at and go into the bathroom, and there was really no reason why I was doing this.
At some point that morning, do you remember going into your backyard and hearing some voices? Or some people talking?
Yes, I remember. I do remember the events where I'm walking outside and somebody yells at me.
Okay. And when that person yells at you, do you know where they're yelling from?
No, I just assumed it came from the front yard, the
Okay.
direction of the front yard, and I'm in the back.
Do you remember what they yelled at you?
I do not, just based on the police reports, they said, put your hands up.
And I don't want you to this day, obviously we are now over 2 years after this incident, and you've had the opportunity to read some police reports and things like that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't want you to tell us what you remember from the reports. I want you to tell us what you remember on your own from that day. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. When you're in the backyard, you hear someone yelling. Do you remember, does anyone ever identify themselves as being law enforcement?
I don't recall what was even said, to be honest with you.
Okay. Do you remember seeing anyone that you identified as being a law enforcement officer when you're standing in the backyard?
No, I don't remember seeing anyone.
Okay. Do you remember shooting a gun from your backyard?
I do have a memory of shooting towards the front yard.
And what caused you to do that? Why were you doing that? What was your intent in doing that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea who's in the front yard. I just know somebody yells and I shoot towards the front yard.
And at that point, you're standing in your backyard, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember going back into your house after that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of ever shooting out of a window from your home?
No, I have no recollection of that.
Do you remember coming out of your home and being apprehended and taken into police custody?
I have very little memories of it, other than what I've seen in the videos.
Got it. Okay. Do you remember later being taken to the police headquarters and talking to Detective Hill and possibly Detective Klein, but another detective, we'll say?
I've read the interview, but I have very vague memories of any of that happening.
Okay. And from what you can remember of that interview, did you sit down and talk to Detective Hill for a lengthy period of time?
Just based on the interview, it did take a while, but I don't remember doing that.
Okay, all right. Do you remember any of the responses that you gave to Detective Hill during the questioning?
No.
Okay. Do you remember any of the questions that Detective Hill even asked you during that period of time?
No, not other than rereading the statements recently.
Okay, all right. Mr. Banks, did you ever intend or have a reason to shoot and kill Josephine?
No, I had no reason to shoot and kill anyone.
Did you want to kill Josephine?
I didn't want to kill anyone, let
Did-
alone Josephine, no.
What about, and I know you said everyone, but I'm going to go through the list of people. What about your mom?
No,
No intention in killing her?
no intentions of killing anyone.
What about your daughter, Michaela Banks?
No intentions of killing her.
Did you ever intentionally try to kill a law enforcement officer that day?
No, not intentionally.
Okay.
You know, there's no,
Ask another question, Ms. Dunker.
Thank you, Judge. I was actually just going to ask for a moment to consult.
Sure, not a problem.
Mr. Banks, I don't have any other questions for you at the moment, but Mr. Harmon does, so if you just stay put there.
Cross-examination.
Just have one moment, Judge. You own that revolver, correct?
yes, sir.
You bought it at Midway, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd owned it for a year or more, correct?
Yes, sir.
You shot it multiple times, correct?
I believe it was over 200 times.
Over 200 times you've shot that gun.
Yes, sir. The projectiles would come in packs of 100.
So you shot it on, you mean you discharged it 200 times or shot it over 200 separate incidents?
Myself, I probably shot it 100, 125 times, and the rest of the times were my sons.
Okay. So you know that every time you shoot that gun, you got to cock the hammer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And to load the gun, you have to measure out the powder, correct?
Yes, sir.
You got to pour it into each of the separate chambers of the revolving carriage, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you have to take a wadding and put that down over the top and then put a ball over that, correct?
Roughly, yes.
You don't have to do the wadding, right? But
No, it's
but
not required.
It's not required but recommended, right?
I don't think that it's recommended on that type of gun. Only on the larger rifles.
States K241, you had wadding though, correct? Bags of those little wads?
They're a type of wad. They're for greasing purposes.
Okay, so to grease the chamber?
Grease the barrel, the inside of the barrel.
But those aren't used for placing down inside of the chambers over the powder?
Oh, no, sir.
So when you loaded it, you would put powder and then drop a ball in and load it, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So to load it, you had to measure out the amount of powder, right?
Correct.
And put the same amount of powder in each of those chambers, correct?
There would be two ways to measure the powder. Either dump it into the little measuring device, or you just stick your finger over the funnel on the
Flask?
flask, yes, and then just dump it right in.
Right. Either way, you're going to measure the amount, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you told the detectives it was 25 grains.
So when I told the detective that was based on the measuring device is just set at 25. It had been set at 25.
Right. This is the measuring device. States K325. You told Detective Hill that this was set, or that you would measure 25 grains, and this is set at 25 grains, correct?
Correct.
So you can move this up and down to set the space that's left in that tube, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you have to pour the powder into the tip of the tube, right?
Yes, sir.
Until it gets to a portion of the tube. I don't know if there's an internal line or you just fill it to the top.
I just fill it to the top. If it spills over, it doesn't really matter.
Right. And then you take that device, and that's what you take the tip into the top of the chamber that you're loading, correct?
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
Sure. You take this part here, the tip, and you tip it into the chamber of the each of the separate chambers, the 6 chambers in the revolving carriage, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you pour that powder in there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you want to have a measured amount in each of those chambers, correct?
Yes, sir. The measured amount can fluctuate. The device is set at 25 grains.
Right. And this was laying on top of Jaden's bed with these balls, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right next to the flask, this is the edge of the flask, correct?
Okay, yes, sir.
States K323. This is the flask. That's the measuring device. There's the balls. There's one percussion cap. That Altoid container had several percussion caps, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So this flask had powder in it, correct?
Yes, most likely.
And you would pour from here into this. to
Or,
measure, correct?
correct, or you could just hold your finger over the tip of the funnel.
Tip of this. Either way, you've got to measure the powder and pour it into the chamber, each of the 6 chambers of the revolving carriage, correct?
Correct, sir.
Then you have to take a ball and drop it into each of those chambers, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you saw the photographs, I can't find them right now, but the photographs that were taken, that Officer Detective Hill had located showing the individual loading a black powder revolver, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it showed him pouring the powder in and then dropping a ball, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have to take the revolver and hold it upright to do that, so the powder doesn't fall out.
Yes.
And then you're going to revolve each of those chambers and pour it in there as you do that.
Yes, sir.
You got to be careful not to spill it, correct?
Yeah.
You don't want to spill your black powder everywhere, right?
Yeah, you could sit down and hold it between your legs or something.
Yeah. And then once the powder and the ball, the lead ball, is in each of those chambers, then you can take the cocking arm, or you can do it as you do it, I guess, and start pushing down and pressing the ball down into the powder and packing it down, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you finish doing that, then you got to go to the other side. Start putting these on the nipples or the protrusions of the other side of the carriage, correct?
Yes, sir.
That would be these right here, each of these.
Correct.
And that acts similarly to a primer, correct?
Yes, they're pretty much a primer, yes.
Yeah. They're like an external, removable, placeable primer.
Yes, sir.
And you have to put those on there, the gun won't fire, right?
Right.
Now, that loading process, this whole day started with you loading that revolver, didn't it?
The whole day started with me loading the revolver?
This whole event started with you loading your revolver, correct?
I wouldn't have had it stored loaded, no.
Right. It's stored unloaded, right?
Yes,
That's what you told Detective Hill. It was
Right.
unloaded, correct?
right,
Right. And then you went and you loaded it, correct?
correct.
You sat down and went through that whole process we just talked about, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that took several minutes, correct?
Probably, I've done it quite a few times. It probably didn't take that long.
At least a minute, correct?
Yeah, at least a minute.
Right. It's not like those officers grabbing the charging handle on their ARs and just racking a slide, correct? It's a little more involved than that, right?
A little more involved.
Correct. You've made some statements to the jury about Michaela. Michaela Banks, your daughter, was not pregnant, correct?
I don't know. She took the day after pill in front of me. I assume she thought she was pregnant.
Right. She wasn't pregnant, and she never took any pill, correct? And she
False.
never told you you were correct, or she
False.
was pregnant, correct?
False. She took the pill in front of me. She told me she was pregnant.
Michaela was not pregnant. Michaela was attractive to you, correct?
No.
In fact, you told Michaela in the days before this happened, you told her you wanted her to be in a relationship with you, correct?
Correct.
And you told Detective Hill that you didn't want her to be dating anyone else. You wanted her to be in a relationship with you, correct?
With the intent that she's dedicated to me and not having sex with anyone.
And your specific intent about that, and you made this very clear to her. In fact, you did it in front of your mother, was for her to be your lover, correct?
Not necessarily lover, but in a type of relationship where she's not having sex with anybody and she's dedicated to me
You
as if I'm her lover.
Yeah, as if you're her lover. And you wanted her to be your girlfriend, right?
No, I did not want her to be my
And
girlfriend.
to be your spouse, correct?
Well, there's more to that story.
You wanted her to be your lover, correct?
There were some family history problems, and my intentions were to lure her away from somebody molesting her.
You wanted her to be your lover, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. You wanted her to be your romantic partner, correct?
Incorrect.
You wanted to have sex with your 17-year-old daughter, correct?
No, I wanted to use sexual desire to get her away from somebody who was using sexual desire to control her.
And you were telling her that you wanted her to be your sexual partner, correct?
In a way, I did say that I would be a sexual partner with her, trying to lure her away from what I thought was a family member molesting her.
And you told her you wanted her to marry you, to be your spouse, correct?
I didn't ask her to marry me.
You asked her, go ahead.
I don't remember exactly how it was worded. It would have been, maybe I alluded to saying that it would have been better for me to marry her than her mother, or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what I said there.
In fact, you had told her she looked a lot like her mother, your former spouse, correct?
I did say that, but she doesn't look like her mother at all.
And your statements to your 17-year-old daughter about wanting her to be your girlfriend and your lover, that made your daughter very uncomfortable, didn't it?
As far as she says, yes.
And your daughter avoided you for most of the time she was there at the house, correct?
No, not for most of the time, just maybe the last 2 days.
As much as she could, she avoided you, correct?
Just the last 2 days.
For every second that she could possibly avoid you, she avoided you, correct?
No.
In fact, she stayed in that back cottage with your mother, her grandmother, as much as she could, avoiding you, correct?
I believe it was only for a day or two.
And she did that because of the statements you made to her, and it made her feel uncomfortable, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And the morning this happened, that was the morning after, or the afternoon this happened, was the afternoon after the night before when you went into the cottage and you started screaming and yelling at her, correct?
It was the night before. I wasn't actually screaming or yelling. I just kind of had a demanding tone of voice when I went in there. And my intentions were not to hide
Objection
anything going on.
non-responsive, Your Honor.
Let him go ahead and answer. What were you saying? Your intention was what?
Not to make it seem like I was trying to hide this from my mother. I wanted to do it out in the open. And I wanted my daughter to know that I was doing this out in the open because I was trying to show her that if somebody is related to her and they're telling her that they love her and they're in a relationship and they're not coming out in the open with it, that it's wrong and they're just manipulating her.
So in other words, that's a yes, you did go in there and start yelling at her?
Not necessarily yelling. Yes, I went in there. Yes, I demanded that she would have to leave if she wasn't going to be dedicated to me and be in a type of relationship with me. And not have sex with anybody was the main thing.
The main thing was you told her she's either going to be with you or she's going to get out, correct?
I don't think I used those words.
I want you to listen to this, sir.
Fire. Do you know where you shoot from?
Verify was shot fired by a unit or the suspect.
Yes, 236. You shot 2 rounds at me and I shot back. Let's hit someone in the door to here. Yes, open the door.
Okay, and that tone of voice, was that the tone of voice that you went in and used in that cottage?
Probably not as aggressive now.
When you were yelling and screaming at your 17-year-old daughter and telling her, you're either going to be with me and be my lover, or you're going to get out.
I would have said something to that effect, yes.
That was your tone of voice?
Not that aggressive, no.
But it was loud enough to scare her and to scare your elderly mother, correct?
Possibly.
And the next day, not necessarily in the morning, but in the early afternoon, later morning, Michaela was in that room where we saw the photograph of the map. The room is directly across the hall from the bathroom. She was in there getting her things together, correct?
I don't remember any of that.
And at some point, your mother was in there with her, and you went in there and your mother left, and you said to Michaela, what are you doing?
I don't remember
Correct?
any of that either.
And Michaela told you, I'm leaving, correct?
I don't remember speaking to her in her room.
And then you heard your mother talking to her about leaving, correct?
I passed by them in the hallway and my mother said that they were leaving. That's all I
Okay.
know.
And that made you angry, correct?
I wasn't angry at that.
That made you mad, right? That's what you told Detective Hill. It
I had
made
no
you
idea
mad.
where they were going or what they were doing. I wouldn't have been mad just because they're leaving.
In fact, you told him it pissed you off, correct?
I may have been referring to something else. Like I said, I was under the effects of some unknown substance.
You told Detective Hill that you then went and got your unloaded revolver, like you just told us you did, and you loaded it, correct?
Correct.
And then you took that loaded revolver and you went into the kitchen and you started shooting, correct?
Correct.
You shot a .44 caliber bullet at your mother's head and it hit up here on the cabinet, correct?
Yes.
When your mother ran away from you, you shot at her and hit the wall right here, correct?
Correct.
And when your mother was running out the back door, you came into that southern room and you fired at her and hit the door before she could open it, or maybe after she closed it on the way out. Correct?
I don't remember doing any of this, but correct. I was the person doing it.
And then you fired at her as she was leaving. And this round here, this hole in the exterior cottage or shed that's been made into a cottage, struck that wall, correct?
It appears so, yes.
And you told Detective Hill that you shot at your mother, you were aiming between her chest and her head, correct?
I believe I did say that, yes.
So you took this revolver and you pointed it, this loaded revolver, you pointed it at your mother and you pointed between her chest and her head and you pulled the trigger, correct?
Correct.
And you had to cock the gun, right? Cock the hammer on it before you fired it?
I have something wrong with me the entire time this is going on.
You have to cock the hammer on the gun before you fire it,
Correct.
correct? And when you fire that gun being a black powder gun, it puts out a tremendous amount of smoke, does it not?
Yes, you can say that.
More smoke than a modern handgun shooting, say, a 9mm or even a .45 caliber, because that black powder doesn't burn efficiently, correct? It puts out a tremendous amount of smoke.
It is different from modern gunpowder, yes.
In fact, later in the body-worn camera videos, before you come out of the house, we are hearing a triple beeping noise. That's the smoke detector in the house, correct?
Yes.
And that was set off by all the black powder smoke in the gunfire, correct?
Yes, there wouldn't have been any other reason for it to go off.
And before you shot at your mother's head, you had already fired the gun in that kitchen, and there was already a lot of smoke, correct?
I don't remember.
And then you cocked the hammer and you fired at your mother, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you fired at your mother, the reason that the bullet went into that cabinet is because you were aiming somewhere between her chest and her face or her head, correct?
I guess so, correct.
Right. So you didn't aim at your mother's leg, correct?
All I can say is I probably would have been pointing it straight forward, and I'm 6 foot tall.
You didn't aim at her foot, correct?
Not from the images.
You
or the
didn't aim.
bullets.
You didn't aim at her shoulder, correct?
Possibly. I don't know.
And you didn't aim at her center mass, correct? You didn't aim at this area. You aimed up here, right?
I'm not really sure if I was actually aiming or I'm just pointing and shooting.
You told Detective Hill you were aiming the pistol, this loaded pistol with a cocked hammer, somewhere between her chest and her face and her head, correct?
Right, and I'm not completely there in my mind.
And that was a target that you selected, her head, correct?
Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't try to shoot my mother.
You selected her head, sir, because you knew that was the most lethal part of her body to shoot her in, correct?
I don't think I'm all there at the time this is going on to make that kind of a decision, so I'm just shooting at her.
And, okay, so you're just shooting at her, and you just happen to shoot her in the head, right? Is that right? Is that what you're telling us?
So I would have been aiming at the height of her head, yes.
So you're not aiming at her, but you just coincidentally, as she's fleeing, you shoot her a second time in the head, correct?
According to the information, yes.
Your mother has 2 gunshot wounds to her head, correct?
Correct.
And you inflicted both, correct?
I would have been the only person there.
You were aiming at your mother's head when you shot her in the kitchen, and then you aimed at her head as she was fleeing, correct?
Yes.
This gunshot, right next to the threshold leading into the southern room, that's about the same level as your mother's head, is it not?
Correct.
If she was to stand there, correct?
Correct.
It's not down here where the cursor is. I don't know, can you see that on your screen, sir? Where
yes,
my
sir.
cursor is? It's not down here where this vacuum is. You didn't shoot way up here in the ceiling. You shot at her head as she was running through that doorway, correct?
It's the height of just me holding my arm out straight. And it would be about the same height as her head, yes.
The gunshot you fired at her as she was running, again, it's at least shoulder height or higher, correct? This bullet hole hitting the cottage in the back?
Probably somewhere around there.
You're not shooting at her legs, you're not trying to wound her, correct?
No, I believe all the shots were about the same height.
You're shooting at her as she's fleeing because you don't want her to flee, correct?
I'm not sure what I wanted. I wasn't there to, like, I wasn't in my mind. I wasn't in control of my thoughts and my actions.
You
when this
shot
was
her,
going on.
you shot at her at least 4 times, correct?
You could, probably, yes.
Possibly 5 if there's an extra round that struck the back of her head and went somewhere else, correct?
Possibly, yes,
Because
possibly.
we have a hole in the cabinet, right? Hole in the wall by the threshold that I just showed you. We have a hole in the back door and then that hole in the cottage. That's 4 rounds just at your mother, correct?
Yes.
You're shooting at her as she's fleeing because you're trying to kill her, correct?
It appears so, yes.
You're angry and you're pissed off and you're mad because she's leaving and taking the object of your desires, correct, with her.
I'm not in the right state of mind to be dealing with these situations, and I'm under the effects of an unknown substance.
You told us earlier, or excuse me, you told your counsel, you have been convicted of a felony in the past, correct?
Yes, sir.
3 times, correct?
That's what I was told. I'm not sure if that's exactly correct, but I guess that it is because of counsel telling me. They would have been 20 years ago or more, almost.
After your mother fled from this scene and you were unable to kill her with that firearm, you directed your attention otherwise, correct?
Yes, I would have went towards the bathroom.
And now you fired at least 4 rounds at her, possibly 5, correct?
Correct.
And you fired another round in the kitchen, which I'll come back to later, correct?
Correct.
That's all 6, right?
Yeah.
Michaela hears you walking down the hallway as you walk past the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
You walk into this room, Jaden's room, correct?
I can't really say what I did and where I did it at.
And thank God he was in the high school that day, correct?
He was at school, yes.
In that room, on the top of the bed, they found the powder flask, balls, percussion caps, the measuring device. This is where you loaded the gun, correct?
I would have done some sort of interaction there. The tools are there, yes.
Right. So you went in there originally and loaded the gun before you went in the kitchen, correct?
I can't say where I went to load the gun
And
at any
after-
point in time. I don't remember.
After you chased your mother, shooting .44 caliber lead projectiles at her, hitting her in the head twice, and she got away, you went into that room to reload, correct?
Possibly. I'm not sure where I reloaded or did any of that.
And to reload the gun, you had to go through that multiple step process again, correct?
Correct.
You had to measure out the powder, right?
Correct.
Had to pour it into the individual compartments and the 6 individual chambers of the revolving carriage, correct?
Correct.
And then you had to deposit or place into each one of them a .44 caliber lead ball, correct?
I had done that so many times I could probably do it with my eyes closed.
You have to put a lead ball into each one of the 6 chambers, correct?
Correct.
And you have to revolve the carriage to place a lead ball into each one, correct?
Correct.
And while you're doing that, you got to make sure you don't tip it anyway, correct?
Correct.
And you may be doing it up here or holding it between your legs, but you're making sure you don't spill powder, correct?
Possibly trying to.
And then you have to take that cranking lever on the bottom of the gun and crank it about to a 90-degree angle approximately. And it
Correct.
sends that rod down and it pushes the ball into the projectile in the powder, right?
Correct.
And you had to do that to all 6 chambers and revolve the carriage, correct, as you did so.
Correct.
So you had to go through that whole process again, right?
Yes.
And that whole time, Michaela's in the bathroom. She's heard the commotion. Your 17-year-old daughter, she's pressing her back against the door, hoping that you're not going to come in there, correct?
I have no idea what she's doing.
And then you leave that room and you walk to that door, correct?
At some point, I would have walked and been at the bathroom door.
And Michaela wasn't just overthinking like she texted her boyfriend up in Pennsylvania, right? Because you had shot someone and you had chased her grandmother shooting at her, correct?
Correct.
And now she's hunkered down on that door, trapped in that bathroom, correct?
I would assume so.
No way out, right?
Probably not, no.
And you start shooting through the door, correct?
Yes.
This bathroom, correct?
Correct.
You shoot that hole in the wall of the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you try to push through the door to the bathroom, don't you?
I had to have. The door was messed up, so
Right.
I'm the only person there. I've got 2 people. They both see me doing these actions. They both say that I don't look normal, I have something wrong with me.
So the door is not broken or damaged, correct?
It's possible it had some damage
Oh, so wait a
prior.
minute, I want to go back. So now you're picking out 2 specific sections of questions asked of Michaela and Norma Banks, and you're advocating now to this panel by saying they saw you and you didn't look normal? Is that what you're doing? To try to corroborate what you're telling them?
Well, that was their statements.
But that's what you're doing, correct?
They're eyewitnesses
So-
to what was going on.
Are you giving a closing statement? Is that what you're doing?
You can.
States K301. That damage wasn't on that door before this incident, correct?
No, sir, it wasn't.
You lived there for 9 years. That wasn't on that door either, correct, that damage?
Correct.
K292 and K296. This door was perfectly fine until you tried to break the door down, correct?
The majority of the damage is probably from that event.
You caused those cracks in the door, correct?
I would have had to have caused them, yes.
You fired a round into the locking mechanism, correct?
I was the only person there that had the gun.
And you fired a round right in the center of that door, correct?
Yes,
You didn't fire it up here or on the sides, correct?
it doesn't look like it now.
You didn't fire around into the ceiling like a warning shot, correct?
Not that I know of.
You fired right through the center of the door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because you were hoping you were going to strike your 17-year-old daughter, that you were going to put that bullet right through her back, correct? Or her chest if she was pushing from the front.
I'm not in control of my thoughts and my actions when this is going on. So trying to kill loved ones, and this isn't a normal thing. There's never been violence in the home.
When the door came open, when you shot the doorknob, the locking mechanism, you were able to get the door open, correct?
I don't recall exactly what happened.
And you were able to get in, correct?
I don't think I went into the bathroom.
And your daughter, Michaela Banks, who's standing there, she's soaking wet, correct?
I don't remember what she looked like, to be honest with you.
And she's nude, correct?
I don't recall anything that happened.
And-
I recall shooting into the bathroom a couple times, and then the only other memory I have is of seeing her running down the hallway. There's a blank in between what's going on.
And she was completely nude and wet, correct?
I couldn't tell you.
States K303, that round went right through the door, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
The one that you fired right through the center of the door, correct?
Correct.
That mirror was fine. It wasn't damaged like that before, correct?
No.
And when you got in there, you tried to grab this terrified young girl, didn't you?
No, I don't recall trying to touch anybody.
And you weren't able to because she was slippery because she was wet, correct?
I don't recall that.
And she was able to get by you, correct?
She passed right by me.
And she ran down the hall, correct?
I have a memory of seeing her towards the end of the hallway.
And you shot her, didn't you?
I do not know who I shot.
You shot your 17-year-old daughter in the hip, correct?
I couldn't say if that was for me.
You shot a .44 caliber slug into her, right above her hip, that went past her hip, went again into the body, into her upper leg, correct?
Objection to ask and answer.
Overruled.
Correct?
I was the only one with the gun inside the house, and she's got a bullet wound in her leg. I have no idea if it came from me.
That was you shooting, wasn't it?
That is a gunshot sound.
Yeah, that's the round that you shot into your daughter's hip and her leg, correct?
I can't say that by what's in the video.
And right after you shot her, she screams, correct?
I have no memories of anything anybody's saying.
You would agree with me, that's a very loud and terrified scream, correct?
Oh, correct, I would agree with you.
4-1.
And there's another loud, terrified scream as she starts to run past you, correct?
I have no idea where she's at. I can't see her in the video.
Screaming from
And there she is screaming, a long guttural scream, correct?
Correct, that's her voice.
That's your 17-year-old daughter, correct?
Yes.
inside the house.
That's her screaming again, isn't it?
That's her voice, yes, screaming.
Because you're pursuing her, aren't you?
I can't tell you what I'm doing. I have no idea.
That's her screaming as she's going out the back door, correct?
I'm not sure if you'll be able to hear her at the back door, but it is her screaming.
Come over here. Where's he at?
That's the blood on her leg from the gunshot wound you inflicted to your daughter, correct?
It is a gunshot wound. I do not know if that's for me.
Mr. Banks, she's going to carry that lead bullet that you put into her leg for the rest of her life, isn't she?
I have no idea why it wasn't removed.
And she's also going to carry with her that look on her face, the trauma and the terror that you inflicted on her that day, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
She's never gonna,
Sustained, don't answer the question.
she's never gonna get over this trauma you inflicted on her, is she?
Sustained.
Go back over there. Okay. I didn't know why.
Okay, we hear a distant beeping. That's the fire detector, the smoke detector in the house going off, isn't it?
I would guess so, yes.
And that's from all the smoke from all the shooting, correct?
Yes, most likely that's what it's from. I have no memory of hearing a smoke detector go off.
And after you shot your daughter and she got away, you went out the back door, correct, at some point?
Yes,
And when you went out the back door, you told Detective Hill, well, first of all, you told him you went out the back door, right?
I believe so.
And you heard somebody yelling at you, correct?
I did hear somebody yell.
And they yelled at you to show them your hands, correct?
I can't say what they said. I'm not sure what they said.
And then you went back into the house, correct?
I don't, I'm not necessarily sure if I was going back in because somebody yelled or if I just stepped out and went back in. I'm not in control of my thoughts and my actions when this is going on.
Stage C2. This is the back door right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've seen this diagram, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you went out that back door, you came over into this area, and an officer who was standing over here on top of a garbage can yelled at you to show your hands, correct?
Based on the video, yes, correct.
Right, and as soon as he yelled at you, you went back inside, correct?
I did go back inside.
And you told Detective Hill that, correct?
Correct.
And then you came back and you looked around the corner. You told Detective Hill you looked around the corner, correct?
I'm not sure if I really looked or I just pointed the gun and shot towards the front of the yard.
So you went out into that side yard and you specifically told Detective Austin Hill that you saw a police officer in your front yard, correct?
I'm not sure if I said that.
You told him that you saw a police officer standing on the border between your yard and your neighbor's yard, correct? A police officer.
I'm not sure if I said that.
And then you told him you lifted your gun and you fired at him, correct?
I fired in the direction the voice came from.
And you told Officer Hill that after firing at this police officer, you did not know if you hit him or not, correct?
I'm not sure if this is a cop or not to begin with whenever I'm shooting towards the front yard. I just know that a voice comes from the front yard. I don't really hear what it says, and I shoot towards the front yard.
You told Detective Hill that you did not know if you hit him or not, correct?
Well, Detective Hill asked me if I shot towards the cop.
You told Detective Hill you did not know if you struck him or not when you shot at him, correct?
I do believe I said that.
And he returned fire at you, correct?
I never heard gunfire come back.
You didn't hear two high-powered rifle rounds going off
I did not.
directly in front of you, maybe 30, 40 feet in front of you.
I did not hear any sound.
And it was right after those rounds went off that you went back inside of the house, correct?
I couldn't say had the timing there. I probably just shot towards the front yard and went straight back in.
You told Detective Hill that after shooting at that police officer that you knew was a police officer, you went back in the house, correct?
I didn't know this was a police officer at the time.
And you told Detective Hill that you reloaded the revolver, correct?
I'm not sure of the timing when I reloaded the revolver.
You told Detective Hill you loaded initially before this incident started, and then you reloaded, and then you reloaded again, correct?
Correct. I'm not sure when I would have done any of this. I'm not sure if it would have been after I go out the back door or before. I have no memory of that.
And when you shot those 2 rounds at the police officer, the gun had to be cocked before you fired it, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in between those 2 rounds being fired, the rounds that struck the chain link fence, the privacy blind on the chain link fence, you had to cock the gun again to fire it a second time, correct?
Correct.
And you told Detective Hill that it was a chain link fence that you were looking through when you saw that officer, correct?
I believe that's how it's worded in the statement.
And after going back into the house, you told Detective Hill that it came to your attention there were officers in front of the house, correct? That drew your attention, correct?
I believe I said I heard voices coming from the front of the property.
And you went towards the front of the house at that point, correct?
Yes.
So this is States B3 Publishing.
Shots fired.
That's a gunshot, isn't it?
Correct.
And a second gunshot, correct?
Sounds like it, yes.
Those are the 2 rounds that went out the front window, correct?
I'm not sure when I would have done that.
You fired through the front window of the residence because you knew these officers were out there, correct?
I'm not sure if I knew they were officers.
And we can hear the smoke detector beeping inside the house, correct?
In the video, yes.
That is a tremendous amount of smoke that gun has now put off inside that house. Each time you've discharged it, it's putting out a huge plume and cloud of black powder smoke, correct?
It does put out a lot of smoke, yes.
Shots fired by a unit or the suspect.
No doubt in your mind those are gunshots, correct?
They sound like gunshots, yes.
And we can even see Officer Nishida is reacting. This is States B1. Same 2 shots, correct, now being recorded by a separate officer's body-worn camera, correct?
Correct, two gunshot sounds.
Anyone verify the shots fired by a unit or the suspect?
Yeah, 236. You shot 2 rounds at me and I shot back.
That's you yelling, isn't it?
Yes, that's me.
A bunch of fucked up shit, man, right? You say that to the officers?
Yes, I'm not sure what's going through my head at that point in time.
Let's hit some of the doors in here.
And to do that, you had to open the front door to yell it out, right?
Right,
And the officers say he just opened the front door and closed it again, correct?
correct.
And you did that twice, correct?
I'm not sure. I know I yelled out several times.
Let's open the door.
You've been fucking with me since I was a kid. You open the door again. Officer Breach has just said that, and you're yelling at them, correct?
Correct.
Mom, your hands up.
Officer yells at you to come out with your hands up, correct?
Correct.
He just opened the front door and screamed and closed it again. February 20th, I see him here in the backyard, looking through the window. See your hands, let me see your hands! Show your hands! Step out! Come out the door! Come out the door! Stand up and come out the door! Down on the ground now! Down on the ground! Down on the ground!
Okay. You just saw that. They told you to come out with your hands up. You come out. They tell you to put your hands above your head. You put your hands above your head, correct?
Correct.
They tell you to get on your knees. You get on your knees, correct?
Correct.
And then they tell you to get down, and you start getting down, correct?
Correct.
You're complying and doing every single thing those officers are telling you to do, correct?
Correct.
No problems understanding their commands, correct?
No, not at this point.
And when you exit the house, you don't come out holding the gun in your hand, do you?
No.
In fact, you put it on the table right there by the front door, correct?
Correct.
Because you knew if you came out with a gun in your hand, you're going to get shot, correct?
I don't know. I didn't want to seem like a threat, as what I would say.
Right. You didn't want to seem like a threat, correct?
Correct, because I'm not intentionally trying to hurt cops or anyone.
Hands!
He tells you hands, you immediately put your hands behind your back, correct?
Right, I'm trying to comply with what's going on.
Bring him up, bring him up, bring him up! Give me a hand and drag him out! My computer files are important. My computer files are all important.
You're telling him your computer files are important to you, correct?
Correct.
And then they end up dragging you across the front yard to get you out of the line of fire.
Here. Were you the one shooting? Yeah?
They ask you if you're the one shooting, and you say yes, correct?
Correct.
What's in the house?
Then they ask you who else is in the house. Is there anyone else in the house?
Were you the one shooting? Yes? Look to the house. There was another person in there, a roommate.
Who else was in the house? I don't know. There was another person in there, a roommate, right?
Right.
So you're identifying for them Josephine Muentes being in there, correct?
Correct.
She's the roommate, correct?
Correct.
So you know at that time as you're laying there that your son, Jaden, is in high school, correct?
Correct.
You know that your mother has fled that house and fled your attempts to kill her, correct?
Not sure if I know all that.
You knew at that point that Michaela had run out, correct?
I I have the memory of watching her run past me
And you're
and the
giving,
memory of shooting towards the bathroom.
you're giving those officers an accurate head count for who's in that house, correct?
I most likely saw Josephine on the floor when I walked by.
And when you came out and were on the ground and the officers are commanding responses from you, you're able to respond, correct? And to give them accurate
somewhat.
information, correct?
Well, somewhat. I say I don't know, and then I tell them there is someone else is in there.
You didn't just say someone else is in there. You said it was a roommate.
I believe I said someone else, and then I say a roommate.
Right. Josephine Muentes is you and your mother's roommate, correct?
It took me a little bit to form the thought that that was who was in there.
Come on. Yeah, help me out. I'm not done. What? Anything on you?
Anything on you? You say no, sir, correct?
Yes, I don't carry weapons, or I'm not a drug user or anything.
You understood their question, correct?
I understood it.
And you gave an accurate answer, correct?
Yes, I don't carry anything. on
Where's
me.
the gun? In the house. Another accurate answer, correct?
Correct.
And then he says immediately, where? And you say,
On the table.
on the table, right where it's found, correct?
Correct.
Who's good? Search them. All right, good. You guys supposed to be on the table, isn't it? What kind of gun is it? Unlock. What type of gun is it? Black powder revolver.
It's a black powder revolver, right?
Yes.
So when they asked what type of gun, you gave an accurate response, correct?
It took me a second to remember, but yes.
After loading that gun, in the very beginning, a gun that was unloaded, and going through that loading process, you walked down the hall and you went into that kitchen, didn't you?
I believe I went to the kitchen first. Yes.
You heard your mother, and you heard Josephine Muentes. You knew her probably as Josie. Is that right?
Yes.
That's what your mother called her, correct?
Correct.
She had her own bedroom, correct?
Yes.
She was a roommate, correct?
Correct.
She lived there for a couple years, correct?
Correct.
She had all of her own stuff in that bedroom, correct?
Correct.
She had worked with your mother at Walmart, correct?
Correct.
And she was your mother's good friend, correct?
Yes.
You heard them talking in there in the kitchen, correct?
I did not hear anybody talking.
And when you came around the corner of the kitchen, see if I can find a photo here. Miss Muentes was standing right here, right? Correct?
I'm not exactly sure where anybody was standing.
She had put a cup of water into that microwave, or was in the process of heating water to make some instant coffee, correct?
I don't know. I wasn't in the kitchen.
And you walked around the corner of the kitchen with that loaded Colt revolver replica with a 44 caliber, loaded with 44 caliber lead balls and a cocked hammer, and you pointed it directly at her head. didn't you?
At this point, I don't even know Josephine's there. So she's not there before these events, and then she's in the kitchen when I come back.
And you pointed the gun directly at her head as opposed to anywhere else, correct?
I could have been pointing it at my mother, I'm not sure. She may have been just standing next to my mother.
You pointed it directly at Josephine Muentez's head. You aimed the gun at the right side of her head, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
And after pointing the gun at the right side of her head, you didn't hesitate, correct?
I'm not sure if I hesitated or I'm not sure what happened.
You pulled the trigger, correct?
Yes, the events probably happened very quickly, and I most likely shot all the shots into the kitchen within a very short amount of time.
You pulled the trigger, correct?
Correct?
And after you did so, the gun discharged, and again, this being the first shot, all of that black powder smoke was in that kitchen and went like a big plume in that kitchen, correct?
I have no memory of any powder or smoke being anywhere.
And Josephine Josie Muentez, who was a fairly large woman, her body collapsed immediately to the ground, didn't it?
From what I remember, yes.
And when she hit the ground, it made a sound like a thud, correct?
I didn't hear any sounds. There's no sound.
Because when you shot her in the head, it was like lights out, correct? Instant incapacitation, correct?
I would assume that is what happens.
And that's exactly what you wanted to happen, correct?
No, sir.
And that's why you pointed the gun at her head, correct?
I had no intentions of killing anybody that day.
He started answering so.
And you didn't point the gun at her shoulder, correct?
Her head is the same height as when I hold my hand up straight.
You didn't point the gun at her shoulder, correct?
No,
You didn't point the gun at her chest, correct?
no,
You didn't point the gun at her leg, correct?
correct.
You didn't fire a warning shot into the ceiling. Hey, you're not going anywhere. You're not leaving with my daughter. You didn't do any of that, correct?
No,
You put that round directly into Miss Muente's head, correct?
it would have been me, yes.
Miss Muentes, she appeared to be her stated age of 52, correct?
I'm not sure of her age.
You told Detective Hill when he asked you, well, who said they were leaving? And you told him your mother and your daughter. He said, yeah, but what about the roommate? You remember that question?
I do not.
Do you remember telling Detective Hill she was just there? Do you remember saying that?
I don't have any memory of that whole conversation. It's a blank.
Josephine Muentes was just standing there, correct?
Based on the information that I've heard, that's what I said.
She got between you and your anger and you being upset about your daughter leaving, correct?
No, she had nothing to do with any of the family problems.
And she was having a conversation with your mother about it, correct?
I have no idea.
And like you
I'm
told
not in that
Detective Hill,
conversation.
you were going to shoot everyone, correct? Because you were so angry and so, quote, pissed off, correct?
I'm not sure if I said that.
Josephine Muentes and your mother, they were both shot in the head, correct?
Correct,
2 people. You shot 2 people that day in the head, correct?
correct.
You shot your 17-year-old daughter, correct?
I assume that that's for me also.
And you, after seeing a law enforcement officer in front of your house, you fired twice at him, attempting to murder him too, correct?
I'm not attempting to kill anyone. I'm not in the state of mind to hurt anyone. I'm not in control of my thoughts and my actions at this time.
And every gunshot you fired that day, you had to cock the hammer on that gun to fire it, correct?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I have nothing else, Judge.
Any redirect?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Mr. Banks, just a few questions for you, sir. Mr. Harmon just accused you of telling Detective Hill that you shot and killed everyone because you were angry or pissed off. Do you remember him just saying that?
Yes.
Okay. You never actually said that to Detective Hill, did you?
After reading the report, it seems more like Detective Hill was leading me to agree with him.
When Detective Hill was asking you questions during that interview about why you did this, what was going through your mind, did you tell him what you told Mr. Harmon here today?
I don't have much memory of the actual conversation.
Okay.
I've read the report.
Do you at any point remember telling Detective Hill that there was nothing going through your mind? You were just kind of acting like a robot?
I remember in the report there's a lot of me saying, I don't know why I did this continuously, and I don't know why I would try to hurt them. I love them. I care about them.
Okay. Let me now take you to when you come out of the house and surrender to law enforcement. Mr. Harmon asked you a lot of questions about being able to follow commands, which we saw on the body camera, correct?
Correct.
Did you also see on the body camera that you say, without anyone asking you any questions at all, that your computer files are very important?
Correct.
Were you saying that your computer files are important to you, or were you letting the law enforcement officers know that those computer files were going to be important for them?
I'm not really sure. I know that I kept a journal, and there was a journal that had a lot of information written in it from my perspective about the things that went on there.
Okay. And
So-
was that
so,
your way of letting them know that journal?
I'm
You
probably referring to the journal and just saying that the computer's important.
Okay. We heard you yelling out of the house a few comments that Mr. Harmon brought up, one of them being, "You've been fucking with me since I was a kid." Was that comment directed at law enforcement officers?
I'm not really sure what was going through my mind then. The comment doesn't seem to have anything to do with the situation that's going on at all.
Well, let me ask you, is that something that is true? Is that law enforcement's been messing with you since you were a kid?
No, that's not true.
Okay. You don't have any, or do you have any history of hatred towards law enforcement for some reason or another?
No, not at all.
Okay. We heard Mr. Harmon asking you many questions over the past hour or so. Many of them you agreed with him that the evidence appears to be what he's saying, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When he asked you, if you were, if you shot after your mom at head height, you agreed with him about that. Do you remember that?
Yes, and she verified that I was the person that was shooting at her.
Well, and that was going to be my question. Are you agreeing with him because you remember these things, you remember doing these things, and you intended to do these things, or are you agreeing because you now know certain evidence?
I'm agreeing because the evidence is there and my mother's identified with me, but like I said, I had something happen to me prior to this. I've been asked not to bring it up because it's there doesn't.
Well, let me ask this then, because really the point of my question was going to be, when you're sitting down and talking to Detective Hill, at that point in time, did you know that you're accused of shooting your mom?
No.
Okay. Did you know that you were accused of shooting Michaela?
No.
Did you know that they were accusing you of shooting Josephine?
No, I believe that at that time I didn't even know what had happened.
Okay. Did you know that they were accusing you of shooting law enforcement? Or shooting at a law enforcement officer, I should say.
No, I didn't know that I was being accused of that.
Okay. So when Detective Hill is asking you questions during that interview and maybe giving you some information, are you doing basically what you did this afternoon, going along with what Detective Hill is saying?
Maybe, when I read through the information, the beginning of the conversation, I don't really have any thoughts that I've done anything on purpose or had any reason. And then the detective constantly refers back to, why did you shoot at the cop? Or why did you shoot the cop? Or,
Did you
know,
feel
why
like,
were you trying to kill Josephine and stuff like that? And
so did you feel like he was leading you to give certain answers?
Objection. Leading.
Don't lead, Ms. Ducker.
So when you're giving those answers to Detective Hill, agreeing with him, why are you agreeing with him?
I did feel like he was kind of forcing me to believe that what he was telling me was true.
When Mr. Harmon asked you this afternoon whether you were trying to kill your mother, you said, it appears so. Why did you give that answer?
Just looking at everything that's happened, it looks like I was trying to kill her. She's shot at several times in the kitchen, and then, there's the other stuff showing that I'm shooting at her as she's walking out. So, I mean, it appears like I'm trying to actually hurt her.
But going back to the Michael Banks who's standing in your home on January 17th, 2024, shooting that gun, is your intent to kill your mother?
I did not have control of my thoughts and my actions. I didn't intend to hurt anyone.
So your intent was not to kill anyone or hurt anyone?
I'm not sure if I understood that I was trying to shoot people when it's going on. So I'm not.
And would that same response be true as it pertains to Michaela and Josephine and Officer Gibson?
Overruled.
Would that same response be true for the other individuals?
The whole situation, I'm delusional when I first open the door, and I'm in a dreamlike state while everything's going on, and I'm not in control of what I'm doing, and
Okay.
I'm not sure what I'm even thinking at the time. I'm not even sure if I have any thoughts going through my head.
Okay. And in fact, did you ever tell anyone those things? Did you tell Detective Hill those things?
I'm not sure. It's possible. I'd have to go back through the conversation.
Okay. All right. No problem. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, does the defense have any other witnesses?
We do not. The defense would rest at this time.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're done for today. Here's a couple of pieces of information I'm gonna give you. Number one, I forgot this morning to ask you that question that I promised I would ask every day. So I'm gonna bring it up forward to right now. From the time we saw each other yesterday afternoon when I dismissed you to go home until now, have any of you done any of the things I've instructed you not to do? All right, I'm seeing everybody shake their head no and say no. Perfect. All right, so I want you to keep up the good work. No looking at anything, no talking to anybody, no conducting any research of any kind, no looking at any local media reports or anything else. I anticipate that at some point tomorrow, you are going to begin to deliberate, okay? So, here's a couple things I'm gonna tell you. When you begin to deliberate, you do not and will not have access to any of your electronics in that jury room, okay? Everything that you have, cell phones, any laptops, any iPads, any smart glasses, smart watches, any of that is gonna be given to the bailiff, and it's gonna be maintained here in this courtroom when you are deliberating. For that reason, it may be a good idea to tell somebody who might be concerned if you're not home by a certain time not to worry, but if they have any questions, you give them the name and phone number of my bailiff. Once again, when they go, well, what's happening? You say, I can't talk to you about this case, including what kind of case it is or any of the charges involved in this case. But that way, if let's say it's 8 o'clock at night, I don't know how long you're gonna deliberate for, but let's say it's 8 o'clock